Chapter 201, Fear Not, I Have the Blood Evasion Technique. Chapter 201, Fear Not, I Have the Blood Evasion Technique. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. If a person was driving and lost control of their car, and at the same time, if there was also another person standing absent-mindedly right in front of the car, a terrible tragedy would have unfolded. The man with a cold expression and holding a sword suddenly felt as though his lower back was hit by something, after which, he flew and got propelled forward. Ooh? What happened? The man with a cold expression snapped out of his thoughts and calmly turned his head around. Thereafter, he saw a young man with a bitter smile on his face and his body entwined with light from the escaping technique. His head was leaning against his lower back. As they were flying, his head continued to push against it while spinning continuously. The cold and indifferent man was a fifth-stage golden core spiritual emperor. The strength and toughness of his body were beyond imagination. Even with the young man spinning and pushing against his back, he could only feel a little limp and numb. Even though it wasn't painful, having a full-grown man pushing against his lower back with his head made his whole body feel uneasy. This easily triggered a memory of more than 100 years old, a dark history that he could never forget. Hence, the cold and indifferent man's mouth twitched and asked, "Young man, what are you doing?" Boo-hoo tilde Song Shuhang cried out in misery. He wanted to reply, but the words wouldn't come out of his mouth. He didn't want to continue spinning either, but the 10,000-mile flying escape technique made him act like a prick, and when flying at great speed and hitting upon another object, it forced his body to become like a drill bit, drilling frenziedly as though it wanted his body to drill through the object obstructing his way. He had already been rotated till he was completely dizzy and unable to speak coherently. At this time, branch leader Jing Mo's figure behind him caught up at maximum speed, while at the same time yelling, "Little rascal, where are you escaping to? Take a blow from my sword." The sword light beneath his feet flashed, the black sword transformed into lightning rays, swinging toward Song Shuhang, who incidentally dragged the cold and indifferent man into the whole affair. The cold and indifferent man was rendered speechless. Was it because he did not tell his own fortune today? Why was he having so much bad luck today? He raised the sword in his hand slightly without unsheathing it, similar to the act of chasing away a housefly. Crack! That lightning ray got shattered, returning to the form of a black sword and sent right back to branch leader Jingmo, beneath his body. "Young man, before you swing your sword, you have to aim for your target properly. Didn't your elders teach you before? Aim properly the next time. If you drag me into your conflict once again, don't blame me for taking action," the cold and indifferent man said coldly while glaring at branch leader Jingmo. His words carried a domineering air of an expert, that is if you ignore Song Shuhang, who was continuously spinning while pushing against his lower back, causing him to fly forward. Branch leader Jingmo snorted coldly, silently accumulating true yuan. From the words of the cold and indifferent man, he could tell that this man and that rascal stressed by a mountain of books were not comrades. But for some reason unknown to him, the cold and indifferent man was stuck together with stressed by a mountain of books. But it didn't matter, as long as that cold and indifferent man wasn't stressed by a mountain of books reinforcements, he just got to wait for the escape technique to end, and after he has parted from that cold and indifferent man, he would use his sword to kill him. As he was thinking, the escape technique's light rays on Song Shuhang's body got weaker and weaker, its speed got slower as well. "Your escape technique is finally ending?" Branch leader Jing Mo sneered. Finally arriving at Senior White's? Song Shuhang thought to himself in his dizzy state. His sight got blocked by the cold and indifferent man, so he could not locate Senior White's position. The cold and indifferent man's face was full of shock. He saw a figure of someone who, in the ordinary course of events, would never exist on Earth, but only in the figment of his imagination. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the forbidden area of the Five Fingers Mountain Sealing Technique. True monarch Yellow Mountain, Venerable White, and Penniless Thief Sect's Little Candy stood in a corner of the forbidden area. They wouldn't be seen by Daoist Cloudy Mist in this place. The three of them were silently waiting and observing to see when Daoist Cloudy Mist would break the seal and emerge from inside. True monarch Yellow Mountain was very curious as for how Daoist Cloudy Mist would take revenge on him after he came out. Daoist Cloudy Mist was working very hard to break his 5 fingers mountain sealing technique, but in the past 200 years, Yellow Mountain's accomplishments with regards to sealing techniques increased steadily. His 5 fingers mountain sealing technique had evolved and arrived at the 017 edition. If Daoist Cloudy Mist still harbored the thoughts of stealing his things, true monarch Yellow Mountain would certainly not mind sealing him for another 10 or 20 years. Meanwhile, Senior White was having a shut-eye while waiting for Cold Flaming Sword of the Penniless Thief sect, who took his meteor sword away, to arrive in order for him to retrieve his possession. As for Penniless Thief sect's Little Candy next to Senior White, she was acting a little weird. She grabbed the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands while secretly looking at Venerable White from time to time. Just earlier, when Senior White was demonstrating how he could control his own charm to true monarch Yellow Mountain, it greatly attracted her attention. Very, very dazzling. Little Candy mumbled. She almost seemed in love. When Penniless Thief sect's female disciple made a mistake in her mission, she was caught and held captive by a dashing senior. But as time went by, sparks started flying between the female disciple of the Penniless Thief sect and this dashing but overbearing senior. Such a love story had already been popular amongst the female disciples in Penniless Thief sect a few hundred years ago, and its popularity still had not dwindled. Little Candy felt that at this moment, she was living out the story of the Penniless Thief sect's female disciple and the overbearing and handsome senior. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Suddenly, Venerable White opened his eyes and gazed towards the sky. In the next moment, true monarch Yellow Mountain had the same feeling and stared at the sky. The fog engulfing the forbidden area of the 5 fingers mountain sealing technique could not block the vision of those two. In reality, the fog would only block vision of cultivators of the 4th stage and lower. It would have no effect on a cultivator who had already condensed their golden core. There are 3 figures approaching this area. True monarch Yellow Mountain said, and at the same time secretly furrowed his brows. This was the crucial moment of a Daoist Cloudy Mist owl breaking the seal. He sure did not want other people coming to disturb and ruin his fun. It's little friend Shu Hang, Senior White said, laughing. He pointed his index finger at what was behind the body of the cold and indifferent man in the air, the flying figure pressing against the lower back of the cold and indifferent man. Oh, that's little friend Shu Hang? Likewise, true monarch Yellow Mountain looked at the spinning young man. Song Shu Hang and him have been friends in spirit, without meeting in person, for a long time. He always felt that little friend Shu Hang has been living while being in hot water, facing danger every day. He had to care for Venerable White, as well as take care of Dudu on his behalf. The gift he had already intended to give Song Shu Hang got bigger and bigger. His current state seems a bit off. True Mountain Yellow Mountain asked. Could it be that he saw wrong, or was little friend Song indeed foaming at the mouth? His face seemed to look as though he was in misery and pain. Yeah, previously I left him a 10,000-mile flying escape technique so that he can use it to flee to my side when his life was threatened. From the looks of it, he must be in danger. Venerable White's gaze shifted to the last of the 3 figures in the sky. His face was full of malevolence, and his hair was white. He had lightning in his eyes, which remained fixed on Song Shu Hang. His killing intent was sky high. But from the looks of it, little friend Shu Hang seems to have knocked into someone while using the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. Let's save him first, then continue talking. Venerable White said peacefully while smiling slightly. In the sky, the cold and indifferent man who was being pushed by Song Shu Hang was of a 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. The person chasing behind was even more inferior, merely in a 4th stage realm. They could easily be destroyed by Venerable White. Venerable White reached out his hand and beckoned, and the 10,000-mile flying escape technique on Song Shu Hang's body was lifted. Because he had been spinning for a long time, Song Shu Hang was very dizzy, to the extent that he wanted to puke. When he finally stopped spinning, he was being pulled over via Venerable White's power, and slowly descended in his direction. At the same time, that cold and indifferent man who flew all the way here thanks to Song Shu Hang also got grabbed along via Venerable White's power. Venerable White smiled at the two of them, and at last, his eyes stopped at the treasured sword that still remained in the hands of the cold and indifferent man. It was his meteor sword. That is to say, this cold and indifferent man was penniless thief sect's cold flame sword Liu Qinzong. He actually got sent right before his eyes by little friend Chu Hang. Yeah, my luck is pretty good, Venerable White nodded his head discreetly. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's hair stood on end for a moment, and he scrutinized his surroundings. Every time Venerable White got lucky, wouldn't the people around him become unlucky? But for now, it seemed like nothing unlucky was gonna happen. Just as True Monarch Yellow Mountain was deep in thought, branch leader Jingmo was already nearing the forbidden area of Five Fingers Mountain sealing technique. Based on his cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to see through the dense fog over the forbidden area. Hence, it was natural for him to be unable to see both Venerable White and True Monarch Yellow Mountain within the dense fog. Little rascal, do you think escaping into this dense fog will allow you to slip through my fingers? Branch leader Jingmo bellowed in anger, yet he did not enter the fog. Who knew what kind of things lay within the dense fog? It was better to play it safe. Hence, he raised his flying sword towards the sky and chanted a magic spell. Thereafter, the flying sword swung hard, nine-night lightning attracting technique. Boom boom boom. In the sky, a lightning dragon was drawn over by the flying sword, and descended. The lightning dragon bore its fangs and brandished its claws. It was very realistic. It landed heavily in the direction of the fog, with the desire to destroy everything within it. TSK, Limitless Demon Sect's thunder attracting technique? True Monarch Yellow Mountain snorted. Thereafter, without seeing him made any movement, he suddenly appeared underneath the lightning dragon. Who? True Monarch Yellow Mountain blew a mouthful of air towards the lightning dragon. That domineering and threatening lightning dragon got blown and vanished into thin air just like that. Upon seeing this, branch leader Jingmo got a huge scare. Walking on air without using any magical treasure could only be done by a 5th stage golden core spiritual emperor. But to easily destroy his E9 night thunder lightning attracting technique by lightly blowing, only a true monarch could do it. 6th stage true monarch. I am Limitless Demon Sect's branch leader Jingmo. May I know how you are related to Stressed by a Mountain of Books? Branch leader Jingmo secretly held the talisman treasure of the blood evasion technique tightly as his confidence level secretly rose a little. With this treasure, even a 6th stage true monarch wouldn't be able to touch him. Yeah, we are friends. True Monarch Yellow Mountain replied. F*CK, Jingmo activated the blood evasion technique without hesitation. His entire body split apart, transforming into a cloud of blood mist, scattered in all directions. There was more than meets the eye to this blood evasion technique. The blood fog was split into many sections, scattering in all directions to escape. However, ultimately, they would reunite in one location and fuse to form a living Jingmo. If some of the blood fog got destroyed along the way, it would only give him minor injuries. He just had to rest for a few days to entirely recover from such injuries. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, Do you find Venerable White attractive? Chapter 202, Do you find Venerable White attractive? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. If lucky, even the valuable treasures on one's body would be shrouded in a blood mist and brought along. If the blood evasion technique was cultivated to the utmost limit, as long as one small piece of the blood mist managed to get away, it would be possible to restore one's strength, and most of the injuries would recover within a few years. It was exactly for these properties that the blood evasion technique could elude true monarchs while being a technique of the 5th stage. However, if a part of the blood mist was destroyed while the technique was active, the user would permanently lose something. It might be lifespan, potential, strength, and so on. But as long as you could get away with your life, the sacrifice would be worth it. Nevertheless, branch leader Jingmo was using a talisman to display the technique. Hence, the blood evasion technique would lose some of its power and flexibility. Oh? A blood evasion technique. Not bad. True Monarch Yellow Mountain smiled. He had already reached the peak of the true monarch stage, and if he were to go all out, it wouldn't be difficult to destroy the blood evasion technique sealed in this talisman. However, there was no need for him to interfere. Venerable White had already made his move. He stretched out his hand and drew something in the air. The world immediately changed. What was once the sky underwent an earth-shaking transformation and changed into a vast desert. There were no living beings or plants in this desert. There was nothing but a boundless stretch of yellow sand. Branch leader Jingmo changed into countless threads of blood mist after using the blood evasion technique, scattering in all directions. But no matter where he was fleeing to, he was unable to leave the desert. After some time, the effect of the blood evasion technique vanished. Branch leader Jingmo returned to his original appearance. His face was pale. Even if the blood evasion technique was sealed into a talisman, it still consumed his true yuan. If we add to that the fact that he had continuously used his true yuan when chasing Song Shuhang, right now he didn't even have 10% of it left. Jingmo quickly inspected his body. Since he was against a 6th stage true monarch, who knew how many threads of blood mist he had lost while using the blood evasion technique, this expedition had been a complete failure. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wasted time to torment that stressed by a mountain of books. He would have directly killed him. Never would he have expected that there was really a 6th stage true monarch by that little rascal's side. He felt fear just by recalling that scene. After carefully inspecting his body, branch leader Jingmo's expression changed into one of delight. Unexpectedly, he didn't lose a single thread of blood mist. Except for the consumption of true yuan, he had received no harm. Even all the treasures he was carrying on his body, such as medicine pills and the flying sword, were all undamaged. Did that true monarch keep his hand since he already knew that he wouldn't be able to destroy the blood evasion technique completely? I was truly lucky. So even a true monarch is only SOSO. Branch leader Jingmo thought to himself. He had made up his mind and was planning to ask his master to teach him the blood evasion technique once he had reached the 5th stage spiritual emperor and condensed a golden core. After confirming that he had received no harm, branch leader Jingmo turned his head and looked all around. He wanted to see where had flown to. Did I end up in a desert? Did I fly so far? Branch leader Jingmo thought to himself. After determining his position, the best course of action would be to head toward the nearest branch of the Limitless Demon Sect. But at this time, he realized that there was something wrong with this situation. This desert, why does it look so familiar? Where did I see it? There is sand as far as the eye can see. There isn't a single plant or animal. Only deathly stillness. Wait! I have already seen this place. A few days ago, he had used a wooden figurine and entered Stressed by a Mountain of Books residence. Afterward, he had found himself in the middle of a vast desert. And there, he had met a sadistic young man with green clothes that had crazily pounded the wooden figurine with a hammer. He hit the figurine till it was almost destroyed and let Jingmo feel unbearable pain. It was precisely that desert. Why did I appear here? Is it possible that I didn't manage to escape? But how is that possible? Wasn't the blood evasion technique supposed to elude even a true monarch? Branch leader Jingmo was getting anxious. But at this time, the desert in front of his eyes started to collapse, slowly disappearing. What's happening? When branch leader Jingmo regained his senses, he discovered that he was still standing in his original position. It was the same place where he was standing before using the blood evasion technique. Well, if one wanted to be fussy about it, this blood evasion technique, which can let the user travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, allowed him to move for about 2 centimeters. Branch leader Jingmo's complexion was now deathly pale. Sorry, but I couldn't let you escape. At this time, a pleasant voice echoed. Soon after, a handsome man with fluttering black hair came out of the fog. He was wearing casual modern clothes and a smile was plastered on his face. The handsome man was dragging Song Shuhang along, and both were floating in the air. In the end, Jingmo was still a disciple of a big sect like the Limitless Demon Sect. So, he immediately guessed what had happened. This was a real illusion. A 7th stage spiritual venerable. Branch leader Jingmo felt like crying at this moment. You have good eyes. Venerable White smiled. After the opposite party confirmed his guess, branch leader Jing Mo died a little inside. Xu Hang, what do you want to do with him? Venerable White asked. Song Xu Hang had recovered with great difficulty from nausea. He looked at Jing Mo and said, "Were you sent here by young Master Hai?" HMPH. You think someone like young Master Hai has the authority to give me orders? Branch leader Jing Mo unconsciously howled. Even in front of a true monarch or a venerable, his temperament was still awful. Oh. Just as I expected, the style was too different from young Master Hai's. It seems you came here to rob the blood god crystal of your own volition. Song Xu Hang slightly nodded. Then, he said to Venerable White, "Senior, can you take him into custody?" Senior White smiled and pointed his finger at branch leader Jing Mo immediately after. Jing Mo fell to the ground, unconscious and unable to move. True Monarch Yellow Mountain moved forward and took a rope out of his sleeve, tightly binding Jing Mo with it. "How do you want to handle him?" Venerable White asked. "I think a certain senior from the 9 Provinces No. 1 group would be very interested in him." Song Xu Hang took out his mobile phone and made a call. Soon, the voice of a vigorous man echoed from the other side. "Little friend Song Xu Hang, were you looking for me?" Senior 7, I got my hands on a disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect. "Are you interested?" Song Xu Hang asked with a weary smile. Ha ha ha. A disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect? I'm indeed interested. Keep your mobile phone at hand, I'll rush over to your position. 7 said with a laugh. Song Xu Hang took advantage of the opportunity and asked in a low voice, "Senior 7, I wanted to ask, how is 16 dash?" He had yet to finish his sentence when 7 hung up. It seems that Senior 7 is really impatient. Forget it, I can ask him about 16 once he's here. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, True Monarch Yellow Mountain arrived beside Song Xu Hang and asked in a teasing tone, "Little friend Song Xu Hang, did you take a liking to 7's younger generation? Su Clan 16 is a good lass. If you get a little stronger, you might have the chance to become Dao companions with her. There is no such thing. After all, I've only seen 16 a few times." Song Xu Hang continued, "I know that she suffered a severe wound, and since we're friends, I wanted to know if her injury had recovered or not. Don't worry. 7 is a member of the Spirit River Su clan. That clan is stronger than what you think. There shouldn't be too many problems with 16's injury." True Monarch Yellow Mountain tried to comfort him. After getting out of the fog, True Monarch Yellow Mountain threw the fainted Jing Mo to a side and asked, "Little friend Song Xu Hang, how are things with Dudu these days?" "Everything is fine. He seemed to be in a great mood lately," said Song Xu Hang after pondering for a moment. He was about to say that he even made a human girlfriend. However, it was better not to mention this matter to True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Hence, he shut his mouth. He must have caused a lot of trouble, right? True Monarch Yellow Mountain heaved a sigh. He was an outstanding and talented handsome man with a scholarly temperament. How did he exactly raise a silly Pekingese like Dudu? When he chose to give him the name Dudu, maybe he should have actually opted for Doobie Doobie instead. 1. Not at all. Dudu helped me quite a bit. Song Xu Hang hastily waved his hand. He was telling the truth. True Monarch Yellow Mountain patted his shoulder and said, "No need to be polite. How can I not know about Dudu's personality? Don't worry. Once this matter is settled, I'll give you a big gift. In these days, you should think of something that you would like to have." "Thank you, Senior." What could Song Xu Hang even do besides thanking him? Right. Recently, I told you to look at the pictures of the fairy maidens in the group. Did you look at them? True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked in a low voice. At the same time, he created a soundproof barrier around Song Xu Hang and him. "Oh, I've seen one of Fairy Lychee's selfies." Song Xu Hang replied after thinking a bit. "Only one?" True Monarch Yellow Mountain was surprised. Then, he quietly asked, "What do you think of Venerable White?" Senior White is a very nice person. Just like the people in the group were saying, he's someone that cares very much about the younger generation. Song Shuhang replied after pondering a bit. True Monarch Yellow Mountain paused for a moment. I wasn't speaking of this. Soon after, he clenched his teeth and directly asked, do you find Venerable White attractive? Yes, very attractive. Song Shuhang said without hesitation. At the same time, he couldn't help but remember that time when he courted death. The entire world had changed black and white, and only Venerable White had retained his colors. Therefore, he added, there was a moment when I thought that Senior White was the most attractive man in the world. True Monarch Yellow Mountain looked Song Shuhang in the eyes and removed the soundproof barrier. Then, he departed from Song Shuhang's side and kept a distance of at least 3 meters between them. He remembered that when he'd added Stressed by a Mountain of Books to the group by mistake, he'd calculated 3 trigrams. At the time, he thought that those trigrams were bullshit. But now, he got the feeling that little friend Song Shuhang's way of thinking was indeed dangerous. Should he keep a certain distance between them for the time being? 1. TLN equals bean equals silly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, Haha, I finally broke the seal and emerged. Chapter 203, Haha, I finally broke the seal and emerged. Translator, Stardew 5T. Editor, Karisu. Song Shuhang looked at Senior Yellow Mountain silently as the latter suddenly ran to a position 3 meters away from him. Frustrated and angry, he asked, Senior Yellow Mountain, why are you suddenly standing so far away from me? True Monarch Yellow Mountain was speechless. Song Shuhang continued, Senior Yellow Mountain, are you thinking of something disrespectful right now? True Monarch Yellow Mountain forced a laugh and said, it's nothing, it's just that I accidentally farted, so I feel that keeping a distance would be better. Senior, who are you trying to lie to? Your power is already at such a realm, how can you be unable to control something like farts? And even though I have not opened my nose aperture, my sense of smell is several times better than that of ordinary human beings. If you accidentally farted, I would have smelled it a long time ago. The warped understanding Senior has towards me must be changed. Song Shuhang was preparing to have a good chat with True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Meanwhile, Venerable White went in front of Cold Flame Sword Liu Chenzong. At this time, Liu Chenzong had not recollected his thoughts. He was in a daze, staring like a fool. It was as though his thoughts reached a dead end, causing his brain to cease functioning completely. Suddenly, he shook his head really hard and said, this is impossible, what I saw that time was clearly just an illusion. That year, when he chanced upon that cultivator's immortal cave, he moved the statue out, thinking it was a treasure. But halfway through the journey, the statue emitted boundless charm, and during the whole time he was carrying it, whenever he opened or closed his eyes, he would always see the image of a handsome man. He got really frightened. Hence, he decided to bury it back in the ground. Even then, the image of that handsome man was impossible to get rid of. It bugged him for an entire year before he was free of it. It was a traumatic and nightmare of an experience. He initially thought that there was a curse placed on the statue. After all, he had stolen from several immortal caves and even graves, and had experienced a fair share of curses. But what was actually happening now? The image that haunted him for so long actually came to life, and was currently standing right in front of him. Hello. Venerable White waved his hand at Cold Flame Sword. Hello, Senior. Cold Flame Sword pulled himself together and gathered all his spirit, but every pore on his entire body was tense. Millimeter, you don't have to be so serious. I have no intention to harm you. What I wanted to say was that the meteor sword in your hand belongs to me. When I was in seclusion, you took it away from me. Now, after it took me much difficulty to come out of secluded meditation, it's time I take it back. Venerable White said softly. When you were in seclusion? Cold Flame Sword stiffened as he repeated after Venerable White, and then had an epiphany. Yeah, from the looks of it, you've already guessed it. Indeed, because of a secret technique, I transformed into a statue. And then, I still remember you taking me out of my immortal cave and burying me into the ground, said Venerable White calmly. But Cold Flame Sword, on the other hand, was breaking out in cold sweat like a waterfall, unable to stop. A moment later, Cold Flame Sword clenched his teeth and raised this meteor sword in his hand, giving it to Venerable White slowly. Whether this meteor sword actually belonged to the senior cultivator in front of him or not, Cold Flame Sword knew that he had to obediently hand it over because the opposite party was a 7th stage Venerable. Furthermore, it seemed like this meteor sword really belonged to the other party. Well, instead of waiting for Liu Chenzong to hand it over, the meteor sword was already making cheerful sword sounds before flying to Venerable White's side, lively and happy just like a fish, dancing in circles around Venerable White. Magic swords had spirits, and this meteor sword had obviously long turned into one such magic sword endowed with sword spirit. Venerable laughed and lightly stroked the meteor sword. It cheerfully shook for a bit before landing on Venerable White's waist. This time, Song Shuhang suddenly asked, Senior. So this is Meteor Sword, and not Deity Keeper Sword? His eyes were very sharp. Earlier, he saw Meteor Swords engraved on it. It has always been Meteor Sword. Venerable turned and smiled, and then continued, Shuhang, I have already retrieved the sword. Do you still have any business to take care of? If you don't, let's go back. Song Shuhang replied, if you're not in a rush, should we wait for Senior 7 to come here? All right. Venerable White nodded. At the same time, the confused Cold Flame Sword Liu Chenzong suddenly said, Senior, can I ask you a question? Even though his face looked confused, both his eyes were resolute. Ask me? Senior White was puzzled and turned his head around, before nodding and said, ask away. Senior, you're a woman dressing as a man, right? Cold Flame Sword Liu Chenzong had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. True Monarch Yellow Mountain secretly facepalmed. Liu Chenzong was not the first person to ask that question, and he probably wouldn't be the last. Well, if it makes you feel better to think that way, then I don't mind telling you that I'm a woman dressing as a man. But do you believe it? Venerable White said as he scratched his head. Sorry for being disrespectful. Cold Flame Sword Liu Chenzong respectfully bowed towards Venerable White. Then he took his leave, laughing like a madman while disappearing on the horizon. As for the junior of the Penniless Thief sect, Little Candy, she was unfortunately overlooked by Cold Flame Sword, abandoned at one side, where she had been standing all the while. Song Shuhang blinked and felt as though he was watching a third-rate melodramatic TV series. At this time, True Monarch Yellow Mountain quietly tugged at Song Shuhang and said via the secret sound transmission, did you see it? If you don't want to become like him, you have to think more about Su Clan 16 or Soft Feather and look more at Fairy Lighch's pictures. Also, don't daydream, it's impossible for Senior White to be a woman dressing as a man, you can forget about it. Senior, Song Shuhang laughed bitterly. He was unable to send a secret sound transmission, so it was impossible for him to explain and defend himself, but when he said that Senior White was good-looking previously, it was purely out of objective admiration. He had never harbored the thought of Senior White dressing as a woman or anything along those lines. Try hard. True Monarch Yellow Mountain gave Song Shuhang a thumbs up. Then, he retreated back to the side, watching the ongoing operation of Daoist Cloudy Mist, who was still being sealed by that 5 Fingers Mountain sealing technique. In order not to let Daoist Cloudy Mist get affected by the outside world, True Monarch Yellow Mountain previously secretly increased the thick fog around him to create the effect of soundproofing and visionproofing, making him feel more isolated. Hence, it was like Daoist Cloudy Mist was in a single-player game. He had not the slightest clue what just happened in the outside world. He was only focusing on breaking True Monarch Yellow Mountain's seal. All there was left was to see how he was gonna break the seal. True Monarch Yellow Mountain had been waiting forever to catch such a good show. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, Senior White waved at Song Shuhang and asked, Shuhang, was your trip to J-City a good one? How did you bump into a Limitless Demon Sect's disciple? If you're talking about it going smoothly, it was pretty successful and smooth. Song Shuhang laughed lightly and started recounting everything that happened. from meeting the resentful ghost and accidentally killing the ghost general to senior brother 3 realms coming over from afar to lend a helping hand, and chancing upon a pile of medicinal herbs for refining the chi and blood pill in Altar Master's old headquarters. Lastly, he spoke of facing branch leader Jingmo and deist half-good's assassination attempt. At this point, Song Shuhang couldn't help but look at branch leader Jingmo. Initially, the only regret he had on his trip to J-City was that he did not manage to retrieve the Limitless Demon Sect branch's information on who cultivated Sunflower from the underlings of Altar Master. But from the looks of it now, with Jingmo around, who'd be afraid of being unable to get that information? In other words, the blessing written on the ingredients list given to him by Senior White had already ran its course, successfully and perfectly completed. Just thinking about it felt awesome. Ha ha ha, your luck is indeed not bad. You even managed to get hold of the medicinal herbs used for the chi and blood pill. Venerable White laughed. True Monarch Yellow Mountain at the side couldn't help but look at Song Shuhang. Could it be that little friend Shuhang really rubbed off good luck from being by Senior White's side? His trip to J-City was full of weird fortune. It has the same vibe as Venerable White's luck about it. Shuhang, now that you are already opening the nose aperture, although you only need chi and blood pill in order to greatly speed up the process, even at the fastest speed, you'll still need more or less a year. Senior White pinched his chin and said, actually, if your luck is even better. Upon listening to his words, Song Shuhang hurriedly jumped in a bid to prevent Senior White from continuing his speech. He had fully comprehended and experienced the huge killing weapon that was Senior White's blessings. The blessings written by him on a slip of paper was enough to help him complete his mission smoothly and easily, but at the same time made him face assassination attempts by 2 fourth-stage cultivators, which almost cost him his life. When Senior White's golden mouth opened and directly spoke words of blessings, what would happen? Unfortunately, when he jumped, the second part of Senior White's speech was already blurted out. Yeah, I remember that a few hundred years ago, there was a cultivator who got hold of a piece of strange rock. It should be an item from space. It was very mystical. It possessed a sort of an extraordinary power. It was neither spirit power nor one that could be transferred to cultivators to put to use. But instead, its power was that it can exponentially increase the speed of opening apertures for a first-stage cultivator. If I remember correctly, that rock did cause quite a bit of a commotion in the cultivator world at that time. Yeah, I have an impression of it too. True Monarch Yellow Mountain continued. Its name was coined by people in the cultivation world, who referred to it as Enlightenment Stone. One merely has to sit beside the rock to comprehend the wonders of the Great Way. When a first-stage cultivator is hovering near that strange rock, he can easily break through the bottleneck of the apertures within his body without much difficulty. The failure rate is almost zero. But what a pity, its location is currently unknown. Nobody knows which powerful figure got hold of it. Shuhang, if you get that strange rock, for all you know, for years would be sufficient for you to continuously open 3 apertures, nose, ear and mouth apertures, and directly jump through the Dragon Gate and promote your cultivation to the 2nd stage realm, said Venerable White. Impossible, I ain't that lucky. Song Shuhang kept waving his hands dismissively. That strange rock that Senior White just mentioned didn't seem to be a treasure originating from Mother Earth, but likely came from the mysterious space instead. In other words, that thing was very likely to be something like a meteorite that would fall from the sky? Hopefully, Senior White's blessing hasn't taken effect this time. Otherwise, there would come a time in the future where he would constantly be in fear of being struck and crushed by things like meteorites. And if he were to be careless for a moment, he might be really crushed to death. Just as the 3 of them were conversing, there was finally a change detectable in Daoist Cloudy Mist seal. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's 5 fingers mountain sealing technique started trembling. Thereafter, a figure broke the seal and emerged. Ha ha, I finally broke the seal and emerged. The figure raised both hands to the sky and laughed heartily. And after that, he even sang, freedom gained from breaking the seal, gonna clean up stupid Yellow Mountain's house. Ack, no can do, it doesn't rhyme. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's face darkened and he laughed forcefully. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. A report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204, This speed is fast to the point of being incurable. Chapter 204, This speed is fast to the point of being incurable. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. On the screen relaying the image from the surveillance camera, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist seemed to be in the mood for composing poems. Song Shuhang couldn't help but shoot a look at True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Stupid Yellow Mountain was something that Dudu kept repeating every day. However, Dudu was True Monarch Yellow Mountain's cute little pet. Even if he kept repeating this sentence, True Monarch wouldn't get angry and would only find him silly and lovable. But the Daoist priest Cloudy Mist in front of their eyes was a middle-aged man and not in the least someone cute. After hearing him repeat his stupid Yellow Mountain over and over again, wouldn't True Monarch get the urge to punch him to death? He. It seems I'll need to let him have a taste of my improved 5 fingers mountain sealing technique. This time, I'll seal him till he dies of old age. True Monarch Yellow Mountain got angry and sneered. Song Shuhang observed 3 seconds of silence for Daoist priest Cloudy Mist. On the screen, he saw that Daoist priest Cloudy Mist was frozen in place. He raised his head and looked all around. He seemed anxious and was often looking around. However, since True Monarch Yellow Mountain had increased the amount of fog in the area, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist couldn't actually see through this cloudy mist. He was looking all around, unable to understand where he was. Why do I have a bad premonition after coming out? Did that Yellow Mountain fellow prepare a trap to welcome me? Daoist priest Cloudy Mist talked to himself. But it doesn't matter anymore. This Daoist has already broken through the seal. From now on, I'm a free man. Sword, come! Daoist priest Cloudy Mist lightly shouted. A sword orb came out of his tattered sleeve, changing into a sword of light. Then, he stepped on the light and flew toward the sky. I wish to ride the wind and return home tilde, and travel 1,000 miles with the sword light tilde taking enemy heads like chicken heads tilde. From this nonsensical poem, one could understand that Daoist priest Cloudy Mist was fond of ancient poetry and songs but had no talent whatsoever in composing such. In addition, he had been sealed for a long time, and his clothes were in tatters. He didn't resemble a scholarly man at all. Looking at Daoist priest Cloudy Mist who was getting further and further away, Song Shuhang quickly asked, True Monarch, aren't you planning to catch him to seal him again? There is no rush. True Monarch Yellow Mountain smiled evilly and continued, if I were to catch him right now and seal him, wouldn't I be too merciful? I'm planning to let him free for a few days, letting him have a taste of this beautiful modern world. And once he falls in love with this modern world, I'll catch and seal him. He'll be even more grieved after knowing how beautiful the outside world is. To explain this with an example, let's assume there is a man that has never had contact with the internet. The man has only read novels and watched the TV, he's quite happy with this type of life. But then, he comes in contact with the internet and falls in love with it. If he's deprived of it even for a day, he'll start to feel uncomfortable. But one day, his internet connection or the computer breaks. If it's only for 1 or 2 days, he can cope with it, but if it goes on any longer, he might turn insane. Moreover, I placed a device on Cloudy Mist's body. He won't be able to escape from my grasp. True Monarch Yellow Mountain said confidently. Song Shuhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, I better not offend True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Otherwise, I won't end up well. Then, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Venerable White, and Song Shuhang watched as Daoist priest Cloudy Mist was getting further and further away. However, Penniless Thief Sect's Little Candy was staring at Venerable White. Her head filled with the tales of the love-hate relationship between a disciple of the Penniless Thief Sect and an incredibly handsome senior cultivator. It seemed that Daoist priest Cloudy Mist's matter had temporarily come to an end. Would Daoist priest Cloudy Mist finally find happiness? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Not long after Daoist priest Cloudy Mist left, a sword light flashed through the sky and quickly approached. Soon after, Seven's tall and big silhouette descended from the sky. Little friend Shuhang. He looked at Song Shuhang and smiled brightly. But when he saw that true monarch Yellow Mountain and Venerable White were also there, his face twitched a little. However, he still kept his smiling face and greeted them. Senior 7, you were fast. This is the disciple of the limitless demon sect I was talking about. Senior White and Senior Yellow Mountain already took care of him, said Song Shuhang while pointing at branch leader Jingmo, who was lying on a side. This time I really have to thank you, little friend Shuhang. 7 moved forward with large strides and arrived in front of branch leader Jingmo. Then, he searched his body. He retrieved a few small and big bottles, a jet-black flying sword, and a ball of mist. He pressed against these things with his palm, temporarily sealing them. Next, he threw them at Song Shuhang and said, "Little friend Song Shuhang, take these. After a month or two, once I'm done dealing with this guy and his branch, you'll be able to use them. At the time, they'll change into ownerless items, and you'll be able to use them without worries." Flying swords and other magical treasures usually carried a brand. If the owner of the treasure wasn't dead, you wouldn't be able to use it. Deleting the brand of the original owner was rather troublesome. Therefore, 7 decided to use the simpler method, a seal. After a few days, when he was done dealing with branch leader Jingmo, the brand would disappear, and Song Shuhang would be able to use them. Little friend Song Shuhang, I'll bid you farewell now. Wait for Immortal Fairy Bishue's Immortal Feast. I'll come look for you at the time. With that, Su Clan 7 got a hold of branch leader Jingmo and prepared to leave. After bidding farewell to true monarch Yellow Mountain and Venerable White, he left with a whiz sound, quickly disappearing at the horizon. Once he was a certain distance away, 7 murmured, "I had forgotten that little friend Shuhang was together with Senior White these days. I almost shat myself. Thank God I managed to escape quickly. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Senior Yellow Mountain, we'll go our way then," Song Shuhang said while taking his leave. True monarch Yellow Mountain said with a smile, "Then, I'll trouble you to look after Dudu for a few more days. Once I catch and seal Deus Priest Cloudy Mist again, I'll come and take him back." "I understand. I'll relay that to Dudu," said Song Shuhang as he waved his hand. Then, Venerable White used his flying sword and brought him back to Medicine Master's multi-storied building. After a while, true monarch Yellow Mountain also rode his flying sword, leaving the forbidden area. "Ah? Where has everyone gone?" When Penniless Thief Sect's Little Candy regained her senses, there was no one around. She was the only one left there. "Does it mean that I'm free now? But why do I feel so uncomfortable?" Little Candy felt uncomfortable for being disregarded like that. Then, she clenched her teeth and fists and looked at the direction where Song Shuhang and Venerable White had flown in, saying, "I'll be back. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash." Song Shuhang was sitting above Venerable White's sword light, but for some reason, he felt that his legs had become soft. Was this the aftermath of that bungee jumping session? This was a bitter lesson. Next time, he would make sure to control his mouth properly and not blabber random nonsense. While he was thinking, his phone rang. Song Shuhang took a look and saw that it was Tubo. It was already late at night. Why did Tubo call him at this hour? Shouldn't he be sleeping? Song Shuhang answered. "Shuhang, where are you? I just went to look in your room, but you weren't there." Tubo's anxious voice echoed. Since he couldn't sleep, he went to look for Shuhang. If he wasn't sleeping either, they could chat a bit. But when he went to his room, he didn't find anyone. And since the key of the car was also on the table, he got worried and called him. "Cough, I just went out to buy cigarettes. I'm on my way back, no need to worry." Song Shuhang quickly replied. "When did you start smoking?" "Wait." Tubo said in a low voice, "You weren't kidnapped, right? Do I need to call the police? Your imagination is sure running wild. There is nothing of the sort. I'll come back soon." Song Shuhang said with a smile. "Oh, then come back quickly. I'll wait for you." Tubo replied. Song Shuhang laughed and hung up. Senior White, can you deliver me to J-City first? Sure. Senior White nodded and said, I'll use another flying sword to send you over there. I'll go to Medicine Master's multi-storied building and wait for your return. You'll use another flying sword to send me over there? Song Shuhang was confused. Did that mean that Senior White could send him to a certain place even if he wasn't directly controlling the flying sword? Venerable White said, yeah, it's pretty simple. The concept is similar to when you use the flying sword to deliver a book. When you use the flying sword to deliver a book. But Senior, don't you need another cultivator to coordinate on the other side to lock the position? Song Shuhang asked. When Medicine Master and Great Master Profound Principle used a flying sword to send books, they locked the correct position through a special synchronization technique. Only then did they use the flying sword to send the book over. There is no need for that. Just tell me the address of the place, I'll use the phone and search for the coordinates on the map. I'll lock down the position from there and send you over. I thought of it just recently, but I'm still a 7th stage Venerable, you have to believe in me. Venerable White explained. Cough. Senior White, why don't you come to J-City with me to have some fun? Song Shuhang cautiously asked. He felt that Senior White's method of using Baidu Maps was a bit unreliable. If he could convince Senior White to come personally, it would be better. I'm not in the mood right now, Senior White heaved a sigh. Even if I managed to restrain my aura, Su Clan 7 still felt uncomfortable around me and avoided me. He said only a bunch of words and immediately left. This ruined my mood a bit, and I don't feel like accompanying you to J-City. Come, I'll use the flying sword to send you over there. Stop being a scaredy-cat. Senior 7? Song Shuhang felt like crying. It's Senior 7's fault. Why am I suffering the consequences? Then, Venerable White took out that blue short sword that belonged to the loose cultivator Li Tiansu and pressed on it with his finger. The sword changed into a layer of light and started floating in the air. Afterward, Senior White moved Song Shuhang onto the layer of light. What's the address? Venerable White asked. J-City, Lu Ocean Street Area N-degree 54. Senior White, I won't die, right? Song Shuhang put on a long face and asked. Be at ease. Nothing will happen to you. Senior White messed with the phone a bit and said, good, I found the coordinates. Then, he activated a sword art and said to the sword beneath Song Shuhang, go. The blue short sword dashed forward with a whizzed sound. The speed was extremely fast. What type of fast? The incurable type of fast. It was that type of fast where Song Shuhang would start yelling as soon as the sword dashed forward, a tilde. Song Shuhang only just started calling out in a high-pitched voice, but if a normal person were standing in Venerable White's position, they would already see only a small black dot. Instead, Song Shuhang had already flown very far. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, Northern River's Loose Cultivator Lost His Memory? Chapter 205, Northern River's Loose Cultivator Lost His Memory? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. At this time, Song Shuhang was lying flat on the layer of light surrounding the flying sword. He didn't look handsome in the least. The harsh reality had reminded Song Shuhang time and time again of its brutality, continuously destroying his dream of riding a flying sword. If not for the fact that there was a huge gravitational force on the layer of light, keeping Song Shuhang glued to the sword, he would have long ago fallen due to the excessive speed. Senior White, even if this technique is used to deliver books, you could have added a windproof formation. I'm a person, not a book. Song Shuhang was on the verge of tears. Since the sword had become fast to the point of being incurable, Song Shuhang could only rely on his body to resist the wind. If not for the fact that he was a cultivator of the first stage, with 2 opened apertures, this speed and the lack of oxygen would have already killed him. Aside from the extreme speed, Song Shuhang couldn't find other merits in this method developed by Senior White. Moreover, Song Shuhang felt that aside from acrophobia, he had started to suffer from tachyphobia 1 too. After an unknown amount of time, not much given the speed, Song Shuhang arrived at the destination. Right now, he had a broom-type hairstyle. Luckily, his hair wasn't as long as that of Medicine Master. Otherwise, he would look as though someone had electrocuted him. The speed of the flying sword started to decrease. It was preparing to land. Thankfully, it wasn't a bungee jumping sword. Otherwise, Song Shuhang's legs would have gone soft once again. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Inside Tubo's grandfather's residence. Tubo was holding his phone and playing a game. He seemed quite bored. Where has Shuhang gone? He wasn't kidnapped for real, right? Song Shuhang had never smoked. And now, he went out late at night saying that he had gone to buy cigarettes. Anyone could understand that there was something wrong. If Song Shuhang doesn't come back in the next 10 minutes, should I call the police? Tubo's imagination was running wild. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the small courtyard of the house, 2 petty thieves were hanging around Song Shuhang's Mademoiselle's car. They used a flashlight to see what was inside the car, quickly turning it off afterward. There is a big box, and also a big package. This is a car model used by women. Maybe there is something good inside, said Petty Thief A. There was a higher chance of finding good stuff in a woman's car rather than a man's. Petty Thief B quietly waved his hand. Then, he lifted a brick and said, "I'll break the car window. You take that box and package as fast as possible." Sure. Moreover, I looked up this car on the internet. Its alarm system is a little backward. Sometimes, the alarm won't ring even if you break the window. Petty Thief A laughed. Then, Petty Thief B raised the brick and prepared to smash the car window. But at this time, something fell from the sky, coming toward him. And just like this, Petty Thief B was hit and sent flying. His frail body was sent flying for around 5 meters, bumping into the wall of a house. Petty Thief A was staring dumbfounded. His mouth remained wide open for quite a while. What the F***ck just happened? Oh, did I safely land? Song Shuhang's voice echoed. He gently lifted the lifeless flying sword with his foot, taking it in his hands. At this time, Petty Thief B suddenly screamed. It felt as though he had been hit by an ox. All the bones in his body were in shambles. Song Shuhang shot a look at them. Oh, are these thieves? Petty Thief A opened his eyes wide. Afterward, he revealed a sinister expression as he took out a knife from his pocket. "Get the hell out here if you don't want to dash." He hadn't finished his speech when he felt the world going black. Someone had punched him in the face. He pitifully screamed and was sent flying. Just like his companion, he also hit against the wall of Tubo grandfather's house. The 2 petty thieves fell on one another, sending out pitiful yells. "You guys came at the right time." Song Shuhang secretly nodded. Tubo was going to ask him where he had run to in the middle of the night. With the appearance of these 2 thieves, he could uprightly say that he noticed these 2 suspicious guys hanging around the place and that he went to keep an eye on them. What a stroke of luck! "What's happening?" said Tubo while squeezing his head out of the window of the upper floor. "Tubo, it's me. I caught 2 petty thieves." Song Shuhang smiled and waved his hand. "What? Thieves? Waha! We haven't encountered petty thieves in Luoxin Street for a long time," said Tubo excitedly. Then, he shouted, "Grandpa, we've caught some thieves." "What? Did someone say thieves?" "Jesus, they caught some thieves." Tubo's grandfather had yet to reply when someone else started to shout. Very soon, Tubo, his grandfather, his grandmother, Li Yangda, and a lot of neighbors rushed over. "Petty thieves? Where are they?" Tubo's grandfather roared. Many of residents of Luoxin Street were blood relatives, so when they had to deal with an enemy, they would always come together. Whenever a thief was sighted, the whole village would come out to look for them. Only a very small number of thieves managed to escape after being discovered. Therefore, there hadn't been too many thieves that had come here to steal lately, because not only were they unable to steal in most cases, but they would also end up in a miserable state after being caught. The last time a thief was caught, he shed tears of joy when the police officer came to arrest him. Over there. They are in that corner, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Then, the neighbors went there and started to beat them. Next, someone shouted, "Who has a rope? Let's tie them up before giving them to the police." "I'm coming. I have a rope." A man suddenly ran over and took out a long rope. He seemed pretty experienced. He quickly tied up both their hands and feet. After pondering for a bit, he decided to bind their bodies as well. Was this man really binding a person? It almost seemed as though he was binding a crab. There is no need to tie their feet. We need to drag them to the police station in a while. And why are you binding their bodies too? You're not going to sell them like your crabs, said someone else. What? He was selling crabs for real? The man with the rope made a hollow laugh. Crap, it's a habit. Once they were done, Tubo's grandfather and the other villagers brought the beaten-up petty thieves to the nearby police station. Luckily for Shuhang, these two petty thieves provided a good excuse for why he had left the house in the middle of the night. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After staying in Tubo's grandfather's house for 2 days, Song Shuhang and Li Yangda decided to leave and set out on the road to Jiangnan College Town. On the other hand, Tubo decided to have fun at this grandfather's place for a few more days. Then Mademoiselle's car set out. In the rear, there were 2 big boxes of strawberries. These were Song Shuhang's spoils of war from the last 2 days. Tubo's grandfather warmly waved his hand while gazing at the departing Song Shuhang and Li Yangda. After Song Shuhang had come over, all those strange events in the village suddenly stopped. Even all the elders that had gotten weak had started to recover their strength. It was truly wonderful. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Jiangnan College Town. After bringing Yangda home, Song Shuhang took his car and drove to Medicine Master's multi-story building. Senior White, do, I have returned. Song Shuhang took the 2 boxes and the large package with him while moving toward the entrance. Once he opened the door, he was temporarily at a loss. He looked at the familiar and at the same time unfamiliar house. Then, he quietly closed the door. There is no mistake about it. It's precisely the 5-story building bought by Medicine Master. But the interior of the house had completely changed. No matter if we were talking about the walls, the ceiling, the lights, the various home appliances, or the digital stuff, everything had changed. Song Shuhang's corners of the mouth twitched. I've been away only for 2 days, right? At this time, Venerable White's form quickly appeared in Song Shuhang's side. Ha ha ha. Shuhang, what do you think of this renovation? Senior White had the face of someone that was both anxious and trying to curry favors. Song Shuhang blinked. After a while, he nodded and squeezed out 2 words, not bad. In regards to decorations alone, if we gave 1 million as a score to the decorations present when Medicine Master bought the house, the actual score would be at least 10 million. It was truly magnificent. Song Shuhang was taken aback, and he could only say a not bad in the end. But why did Senior White completely renovate the house? Song Shuhang felt that there was no need to ask this question. From Senior White to anxious plus trying to curry favors expression, he had more or less guessed the reason. Senior White heaved a sigh of relief. Song Shuhang opened his mouth. He wanted to remind Senior White that this house belonged to Senior Medicine Master. There was no need to please him. However, after seeing Senior White heaving a sigh of relief, he felt that it would be cruel to remind Senior White of this fact. Right. Senior, I brought these strawberries from the house of my classmate. Do you want to eat them? Song Shuhang opened one of the boxes. It was full of strawberries. They looked very tasty. Senior White ate one and narrowed his eyes. This flavor is quite good. I know, right? We plucked them personally. It was an interesting experience. Next time, we can go to have fun together. Since it's summer and I don't have to go to school, I can bring Senior all over the country. If we keep staying in the Jiangnan area, we will miss a lot of interesting places. Song Shuhang said with a smile. Fine. Senior White's eyes immediately lit up. Right, in a few days, we have to go and learn how to fly a plane. No problem. Song Shuhang had a bright smile on his face. However, he thought to himself, before learning how to fly a plane, should I ask Senior Yellow Mountain to prepare a spacesuit? He feared that Senior White would get too excited and start messing around with their plane, directly sending it into space and start their voyage toward the moon. Therefore, he had to prepare for all eventualities. Just as they were speaking, the Peking East Dudu ran out of the room. He pounced toward Song Shuhang and asked, Shuhang, is that true that you met Stupid Yellow Mountain a few days ago? Song Shuhang caught Dudu mid-air and replied, yes, I've met him. Did Stupid Yellow Mountain say when he's coming over to bring me home? Asked Dudu with an excited look on his face. Whenever he had run away, True Monarch Yellow Mountain would immediately start looking for him and bring him home. But this time, it had already been a month, and True Monarch hadn't come yet. Dudu found it difficult to accept. Cough, True Monarch said to wait a few more days. He said he'd come to get you once he catches and seals that Daoist priest Cloudy Mist from the penniless thief sect again. Song Shuhang truthfully replied. He'll come after catching that stupid Daoist priest Cloudy Mist. Dudu clenched his teeth. Is that Stupid Yellow Mountain really planning to ignore me? Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. All right. Let's not talk about Stupid Yellow Mountain. You weren't online yesterday, right? Something happened in the group. Dudu left Song Shuhang's embrace and said, yes, I was out of battery yesterday. I forgot to bring a charger with me when I went to J-City. Song Shuhang replied, was someone looking for me? It was quite embarrassing. The seniors in the group even gave him a 10 million RMB phone recharge to allow him to be always online. And yet, he forgot to bring the battery charger and ended up being unreachable again. Seriously. When Medicine Master returns, ask him to teach you the battery charging technique. It's useful at critical moments. If you could learn the lightning palm, you should have no problems learning the battery charging technique. Dudu said. Battery charging technique? There was even such a mysterious technique? It seemed that the seniors in the group tried very hard to solve the problem of having their mobile phones and laptops run out of battery when away from home. While the man and the dog were chatting, Senior White took the big box and started eating the strawberries. He was in a good mood. Song Shuhang went to the hall upstairs and put in a corner the raw medicinal materials, the 3 million RMB, and all the things obtained from branch leader Jingmo. Then, he used his computer and opened the 9 Provinces #1 group to read the latest news. The new messages dated back to yesterday afternoon. The first one belonged to Soft Feather and was sent around 2 p.m. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, at stressed by a mountain of books, Senior Song Tilda, are you there? I was finally able to complete the synchronization with the ghost spirit. Have you already decided where you want to go during summer vacation? If not, we can go to that mysterious island. After half a month, she was finally able to complete the synchronization with the ghost spirit. Now, they could share their energies and consciousness. From now on, whenever she was using this add-on, the true qi inside her body would be purified and her cultivation speed would double. The quantity of true qi inside her body would also double. Moreover, since she had fulfilled her part of the agreement with her father, she could finally leave the island and go out to play. Therefore, she remembered about the mysterious island and asked Song Shuhang to go there. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang's phone was out of battery at the time. However, someone inside the group quickly replied to Soft Feather. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, oh. You have done well, Soft Feather. It's pretty rare to obtain a ghost spirit, and you already managed to synchronize with it. Senior Northern River's Loose Cultivator hadn't appeared in a long time. Is he finally back from the mysterious island? This man was the always online a brave warrior of the 9 Provinces #1 group. He was the first one to reply whenever someone had a question. If this were a forum, he would be that guy that kept refreshing just to write first, under every post. Since the seniors are happily chatting, it seems that they had safely returned from the mysterious island. I wonder what they discovered in that place. Song Shuhang thought to himself. He quickly scrolled through the chat logs with the mouse. Next, he saw another message from Northern River's loose cultivator, Soft Feather. Do you want to go to the mysterious island with us? Thrice Reckless, Ancient Lake Temple, and I are planning to explore it. Do you want to come with us? Song Shuhang froze on the spot. There was something wrong here. Senior, you 3 went to the mysterious island 20 days ago. But now, you are still planning to explore it? Did they lose their memories? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206, Seniors Loots and a Worried Shuhang. Chapter 206, Seniors Loots and a Worried Shuhang. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather sent a row of question marks. Didn't the 3 seniors just get back from the mysterious island? Subsequently, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber sprung out and said happily, Soft Feather, do you want to go with us? You are most welcome to do so. Also, you can tell Venerable Spirit Butterfly that the 3 of us would be there and would certainly take good care of you. You can tell Venerable not to worry at all. Then, the next message was from True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, Soft Feather, if you want to go together, we should decide on a place to meet at. For this trip to the mysterious island, the 3 of us have prepared a lot of things, be it magic techniques, magical treasures, or modern equipment. We will prepare a set of equipment for you, so you don't have to worry about losing your memories after entering the mysterious island. Even if you really lost your memories, as long as the effects of the magic as well as the modern equipment have not been nullified, we would be able to locate some clue to start from. After True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple's words, the remaining seniors in the group started making their appearances. True Monarch Yellow Mountain quickly said, Thrice Reckless, don't look at the date, tell me what day and month is it today. It's June 17th, the date we all agreed on to set out. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber quickly replied. Upon seeing that, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple hurriedly looked at the timing at the bottom of the computer screen. Crap, isn't it July 8th, 2019? At the same time, Northern River's Loose Cultivator responded, July 8th, 2019. Could it be that there's a problem with all 3 of our memories? There's a problem. Dharma King Creation. There's a problem +2. Cave Lord Snow Wolf said, as he was rejoicing in others' misfortune. +3, sent Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Additionally, it is a huge problem. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman appeared, and continued, your memory loss is worse than that of Medicine Master's 2 Daoist friends, at least they could still remember entering the mysterious island, just that they couldn't recall anything that happened in there. When they woke up, they were just clueless about how they got to a deserted beach. As for the 3 of you, your memories got cut off at the period before setting out. Medicine Master added on, furthermore, when you guys came out of the island, you didn't appear on any beaches. Instead, you guys split up and went home? What I want to know is, after you guys lost your memories, did all 3 of you sleepwalk back to your respective immortal caves? One could imagine that after they came out of the mysterious island, they didn't have a single memory of it. And after returning to their immortal caves and switching on their computers, they probably muddle-headedly thought that they had not set out yet. After that, they decided when to meet again to prepare to set out to the mysterious island once again. Hypothetically, if after their return, nobody reminded Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, and True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple that they had lost their memories, perhaps the below might happen. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, 3 Reckless, Daoist Ancient Lake Temple. Let's go on an adventure to the mysterious island, what do you say? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, let's go, let's go. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, let's go, let's go. Let me prepare some equipment. And then, they once again attempt the mysterious island, and lose their memories again. More than 20 days later, the three of them return from the mysterious island again, and in a confused state of mind, they contact each other once again. Northern River's loose cultivator, the three of us should go on an adventure to the mysterious island, what do you say? Thrice reckless Mad Saber, let's go, let's go. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, let's go together. Let me prepare some equipment. Why does this sound so familiar? Subsequently, the three of them attempt exploring the mysterious island, and lose their memories all over again. Just like that, in a loop, repeating again and again. Of course, the chances of such things happening are rather low, unless the three of them don't look at date. Spirit Butterfly Island Softfeather was at a loss for words. She secretly touched her big chest, she got a little frightened. Even the three powerful and formidable seniors in the group lost their memories when they went to the mysterious island. If she went there, was there a possibility that she might lose all her memories and return to the mental state of a newborn? Father, would it be better for me to continue cooping myself up at home? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, Senior Scholar Drunken Moon said calmly, didn't the three of you take all kinds of preventive measures against memory loss? You should take out and inspect the magical treasures, and modern equipment and find out what exactly you experienced on the mysterious island. Northern River's loose cultivator, I am already looking at it, but all kinds of magic we used had lost its effects. Thrice reckless Mad Saber continued, the investigative magical treasures, those that were used for recon purposes, that we carried with us also lost their effectiveness. The images stored within them are gone, all that's left is nothing but a black screen. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said, well, the pinhole camera still has a few images though. Thereafter, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple sent the images that the pinhole camera took to the chat group. Firstly, it was Northern River and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's faces. It should be taken on June 19th, the image taken when the three of them found the mysterious island and prepared to enter it. After that, the next few images were fuzzy and indistinct, they were images of the island. There was a lake and a forest, but they were very ordinary images. It wasn't possible to attain any useful information from just those alone. Lastly, it was Northern River's loose cultivator's dazed face and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's face, which looked as if he had pulled an all-nighter. It should be the image taken when they had left the mysterious island, before going their separate ways back to their respective homes. Those were the only images, and none of them could remember any of those. After the images were sent, Venerable White appeared and commented in the group, interesting. Senior White's interested in the mysterious island? Song Shuhang turned his head and asked. Thereafter, he saw something interesting. At this moment, Senior White stuffed 7 or 8 baberries into his mouth, both of his cheeks were bulging. Pew 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 pew. Senior White spat the seeds one by one into the trash can, one by one, they flew like bullets. I am indeed pretty interested in the mysterious island, but I can't find it, Senior White replied. A very, very long time ago, I heard some news regarding the mysterious island, and I had also tried looking for it several times. However, every time I make my way there, I would get lost. No matter what I did, I just couldn't find the mysterious island. I made 3 or 4 attempts, after that, I was too lazy to continue searching. Senior White couldn't find the island? Could it be attributed to the interference of his good luck? For if Senior White finds the small island, he would lose his memories. Hence, his innate good luck prevented him from entering the mysterious island. From the looks of it, the mysterious island is bad news. Song Shuhang thought, in a while, I'll try to convince Softfeather to forget about the idea of going to the mysterious island. As he was thinking, he continued to turn his head back to the chat log, scrolling to the next page. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, so you don't have any other leads? Northern River's loose cultivator, I only have a pinhole camera with fuzzy indistinct images and clips on my side, basically pretty much the same as what Ancient Lake Temple has, except that instead of being shot from his point of view, it was shot from mine. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, same as Northern River, we are F***ked, we didn't even have a single inkling of what happened. Additionally, I personally could not sense anything amiss. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, at Medicine Master. Brother Medicine Master, have you looked into the reason behind the memory loss of your two Daoist friends and their juniors? Medicine Master, yeah, I had somewhat looked into it. The two Daoist friends and their children took the initiative to sign something like a contract with someone with much superior power. Thereafter, they sealed their own memories. If nothing unexpected happened, the situation for the three of you shouldn't be too different. When the three of you have the time, come over. I will help inspect it for all of you. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, Brother Medicine Master, do you have any methods to undo the seal on our memories now? I don't have any way to break that contract. You need to fulfill a clause. But nobody knows what kind of contract you guys made with the powerful being on the mysterious island. As for the clause, apart from you guys, nobody else would know what it was. If we forcefully remove the seal, it could possibly destroy your memories, and make you lose your memories forever, Medicine Master replied at a very fast speed. Obviously, it was typed by Rivoli Purple Mist on his behalf. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was silent for a moment and said, as for the memory loss, Medicine Master, could you help us research a little more with regards to any solutions for that? Besides, as for the memory seal made by the contract, it will not have too much of an impact on your cultivation. Right now, the three of you should check what harvest you gained from this trip. Exactly, even though they might have lost their memories upon entering the mysterious island, they couldn't possibly have nothing to show for it, right? Northern River's Loose Cultivator, I have already checked mine long ago. I only found 2 blades of spirit grass. Honestly, couldn't have made a bigger loss. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, still better than me. I only had a few chunks of cold iron with me, and they are those that can be found anywhere. Not only did I lose my memory, I wasted so much time. In the end, all I had gotten were 2 chunks of cold iron. My heart aches. Brother Thrice Reckless, what about you? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Thrice Reckless, don't tell me you had nothing at all? Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked out of curiosity. Initially, before you entered the mysterious island, I helped you tell your fortune. That day, I calculated that your luck was not bad. You should have gotten pretty good rewards from this trip. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber stayed silent for a long time before asking, Immortal Master, where are you? In West China, setting up my stall to tell fortune, replied Immortal Master Copper Trigram. I got it. I'm coming to find you immediately. Thrice Reckless replied. Very obviously, from Immortal Master Copper Trigram's calculations, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber did not get a single thing, not even a strand of fur. If he at least had a piece of cold iron, he wouldn't be this mad. Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Ha 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 ha, you black trigram fortune teller. Wait for your impending death. Northern River's Loose Cultivator laughed out loud. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said coldly, HMPH, a month and a half later, after the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City, I hope you can still laugh by then. This is exactly what I want to say to you. This Northern River is the one who gets the last laugh. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said happily, as if victory was already in his hands. Next, the seniors within the chat group started to update Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, and True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple on the major events and news that happened in the past 20 days. After reading till there, Shu Hang silently nodded his head and said in a low voice, I have decided, I definitely will not meddle with the mysterious island. Eh? On the other hand, I was hoping you would find the mysterious island. For all you know, you might leave the place with part of your memories intact and tell me what exactly is in the mysterious island. I am very curious. Senior White casually said. Song Shu Hang's body stiffened up. This was something Senior White said casually. It shouldn't be considered as Senior White's blessing, right? Even so, he was still uneasy. He subconsciously pulled out the chat log and took a second look at the pictures of the mountains and lakes of the mysterious island sent by Senior Ancient Lake Temple. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, using cultivation techniques while playing basketball is a very shameful behavior. Chapter 207, using cultivation techniques while playing basketball is a very shameful behavior. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Northern River's Loose Cultivator and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber were the best players on the flooding team. And now that they had returned, the 9 Provinces #1 group had started to get lively. Today, early in the morning, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber and Northern River's Loose Cultivator had already flooded the group. The topic of their conversation was obviously the mysterious island. Since their memories had been sealed, the 3 of them weren't planning to leave it at that. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber wrote in the group, Northern River, you should have a company under your name that is helping China develop space probes to investigate Mars, right? Can you get a hold of one of those probes? If we mess with it a bit, we can modify it and make sure that its signal is not stopped by the protective barrier of the mysterious island. Then, after finding that mysterious island again, we can explore it with the probe. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple also approved, it's a good idea. If we go with our main bodies, we'll end up having our memories sealed. But if we use a probe that can be controlled from long range, we might be able to uncover some of the secrets of the mysterious island. I refuse to believe that that powerful being on the island can seal our memories even at such a distance. It's exactly what I was thinking, Northern River's Loose Cultivator said. My original plan was to develop various probes and send them in the proximity of celestial bodies nearby with my flying sword once I had reached the 6th stage True Monarch realm. I wanted to search for natural resources that would be useful for cultivation. However, building probes capable of exploring Mars isn't an easy feat. It will take time. It's fine. No need to rush. We can wait. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. After seeing these messages, Song Shuhan's heart was in turmoil. The seniors in the group were already investing money in the aviation industry. Were they planning to conquer space? In the following messages, the seniors were discussing how to modify those probes. They all seemed very happy. Afterward, Northern River started to flood the chat with another topic. I've read on the Daily Cultivator that Immortal Fairy Bi Shue's Immortal Feast has already reached the preparatory stage. Who has an extra invitation? As soon as I thought of the Immortal Feast, my mouth started watering. An extra invitation? You might try to ask 7. Their Spirit River Sioux clan might have a few invitations. True Monarch Yellow Mountain should also have one. I don't know about the others, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple softly said. This year, I got only one invitation. I don't have an extra one. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said excitedly, at Sioux Clan 7, do you have an extra invitation? I don't. I already gave it to someone else as a gift. 7 appeared and replied. At this very moment, he was tormenting branch leader Jingmo in the HQ of the Sioux clan. He was hoping to obtain reliable information about the branches of the Limitless Demon sect. Northern River's Loose Cultivator was depressed. Then, he said to True Monarch Yellow Mountain, True Monarch, do you have an extra invitation? I don't. This year, my quota was halved. I'll be able to bring only Dudu with me, True Monarch Yellow Mountain replied. I think others don't have extra invitations either. For some unknown reason, Immortal Fairy Bi Shue reduced the number of invitations this year. If you used to get 2, 3 invitations before, this year you'll get only 1. No. I too want to see Immortal Fairy Bi Shue. What kind of rare ingredients will she need for this year's Immortal Feast? In the worst case, I'll go look for those rare ingredients on the list and get the invite that way. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said depressed. Every year, Immortal Fairy Bi Shue would hand out a few invitations for the Immortal Feast to powerful sects and families. In exchange, these powerful sects and families would provide Bi Shue with a lot of cultivation resources and rare ingredients. The more ingredients and cultivation resources one provided, the larger would be the number of invitations one would get. And, aside from the Immortal Feast, Bi Shue would also occasionally hold banquets for these top contributors. However, there would be some ingredients that even powerful families and sects were unable to provide. Therefore, Immortal Fairy Bi Shue would compile a list of ingredients. If there were anyone that could provide 20 of the ingredients on the list, they would be able to get an invite to the immortal feast. It's too early for the list. Those families and sects have just started to provide ingredients. Once they're done, and if there are still missing ingredients, Immortal Fairy will compile the list. You better prepare carefully? True Monarch Yellow Mountain said. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber also sent a smiling emoji. Northern River, you better prepare carefully. If Immortal Fairy Bishwe isn't interested in your ingredients, you can hand them over to me at a low price. Scram! Said Northern River's loose cultivator angrily. How can the ingredients demanded by Bishwe for her immortal feast be ordinary? Low price, your sister. Song Shuhang saw the messages and held his chin. This immortal feast seems really special. Even a senior like Northern River's loose cultivator is doing everything he can to participate. I wonder what type of person this Immortal Fairy Bishwe is that she can stir up the entire world of cultivators. The immortal feast isn't half bad. After eating the food there, not only your cultivation, but also your lifespan, body, and latent talent will get a boost. It has a lot of benefits, and it's also very delicious. Venerable White nodded and said, Senior White, are you also participating? Song Shuhang asked. Venerable White shook his head. I participated, but it was 400 years ago. However, after I refused her marriage proposal, Bishwe didn't invite me to the immortal feast ever again. Song Shuhang blinked. He suddenly got the feeling that things won't go too smoothly for him at the immortal feast. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After he finished reading old chat logs, Song Shuhang wrote in the group. Stressed by a mountain of books, at Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, I wasn't online yesterday. If you really want to look for a place to explore, can we change it? Everything except the mysterious island is fine. I'm free for 2 months during this summer vacation. However, Soft Feather wasn't online. Therefore, she didn't reply. Next, Song Shuhang wrote, at Su Clan 7, Senior 7, how is 16's injury? Last time, you left so quickly that I didn't even have time to ask. Now that he thought about it, 7 really ked him over last time. Senior White's person delivering technique taught him the true meaning of fast and furious. After that experience, he decided never to try it a second time. The first one to reply was Northern River's loose cultivator, little friend Shuhang. What happened to 16? Northern River's loose cultivator was worried about 16. However, he entered the mysterious island around 20 days ago. Therefore, he knew nothing about the affair between 7, the Immortal Farming Sect, the Moon Saber Sect, and Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang had yet to reply when 7 wrote, ha ha. I'm sorry for letting little friend Shuhang and brother Northern River worry. 16 received some wounds from the heavenly tribulation, but she is much better right now. Can I help in any way? Northern River's loose cultivator said. There is one way. 7 said, if there is someone that has the skeletal dragon's withered vine, please contact me. With this medicinal herb, 16's wounds will recover at a faster pace. Skeletal dragon's withered vine, this thing is pretty rare. Northern River's loose cultivator heaved a sigh. The skeletal dragon's withered vine was a rare spiritual herb growing on the skeleton of dead dragons, and that dead dragon didn't refer to dinosaurs, but real dragons. However, dragons had their own tombs, and very few died in the external world. Moreover, the corpse of a dragon would take millennia to decompose. It was not easy to find one that was already a skeleton. Ha ha! It's not actually this troublesome. The skeletal dragon's withered vine growing on the corpse of a flood dragon will also do. 7 sent a smiling emoji. In that case, there might be a chance of obtaining it. I'll go and ask some of my friends. Maybe they have it in their collection? Northern River's loose cultivator said. Song Shuhang typed on the keyboard, but he didn't send his message. He was only a small cultivator of the first stage. He didn't even know what the skeletal dragon's withered vine looked like, let alone where to search it. At this moment, he realized how insignificant he was. If he were a powerful cultivator like Northern River's loose cultivator, he too would have been able to lend a hand. Don't worry about it. Everyone has to start from zero and will gradually get stronger. Don't enter a dead alley. Otherwise, you'll strengthen your inner demon. At this time, Venerable White suddenly appeared at his side and patted his shoulder. Song Shuhang silently nodded. If you have time, you should take a look at Daoist scriptures. Buddhist ones are also good. If you don't like either of them, you can read Western religious texts. Anyway, these texts have the power to weaken your inner demon and calm your heart and mind, said Venerable White with a laugh. I understand. If I just have to read books, it's not a problem. After all, I like them quite a bit. Song Shuhang chuckled. No matter what type of book it was, as long as it was something he hadn't already read, he would have no problem reading it for a whole afternoon without getting bored. It seemed that he would have to go to freeload books at the store of the pretty shop owner soon. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. China. In a small temple named Faraway Wandering Temple. This temple was very small, but there were a lot of visitors. Many of them were lighting up incense. Therefore, this temple was shrouded in incense smoke all year long, to the point that one couldn't clearly see what its interior looked like. Concealed under the smoke was a big pagoda. After passing through the entrance of the pagoda, one could see that inside the temple was a real fairyland. Tall mountains, running water, and countless Buddhist relics were the core of the real Faraway Wandering Temple. The Faraway Wandering Temple was situated in a place that was in the middle of our world and another dimension, concealed and at the same time visible. Inside the temple was a huge empty ground. It was a basketball court. It was at least 10 times bigger than an ordinary basketball court. On the edge of this basketball court were many plates dripping with blood. Using true chi and spiritual energy while playing basketball is a shameful behavior. We only use our bodies. Abbott profound principle. While playing basketball in the Faraway Wandering Temple, using cultivation techniques is a crime worthy of death. Religious discipline courtyard's wondrous principle. Whoever uses magical treasures to cheat while playing basketball will be sentenced to cleaning cooking pots for 10 years. Janitor courtyard's oceanic principle. There were other similar writings, and the characters were all dripping with blood. However, even if chi and blood, true chi, spiritual energy, and cultivation techniques were banned, it seemed as though demons were dancing on the basketball court. At this time, a senior monk on the court jumped. This jump was over 30 meters high. Then, he used an incredible tomahawk dunk to score a point, making the entire court explode with cheers. Then, another senior monk relied on the speed of his powerful body and an exquisite footwork to leave behind several afterimages. After getting past 3 people that were trying to obstruct him, he used a 3-step layup to successfully score a point. The only problem was that these steps were a bit larger. A single step covered a distance of 2 meters. At this time, one of the disciples that were spectating the match said to young monk 3 Realms who was on the court, "Senior brother 3 Realms, that stressed by a mountain of books you told me to pay attention to is now online. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 208, The Love of a Father is as Big as a Mountain, Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Chapter 208, The Love of a Father is as Big as a Mountain, Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Oh, is he finally online? Senior brother 3 Realms chuckled. Afterward, he jumped high and did a beautiful 360-degree spin mid-air before backhandedly scoring a point. After this fantastic dunk, all the fellow disciples in the court exploded in cheers. Substitution tilde F asterisk CK, I almost sprained my waist. I should stop showing off like that. Without true chi, one should do only 180-degree spins. On the other hand, we should tell the master workers to build a more solid basketball court where we can freely use true yuan, spiritual energy, and the like. That would be super cool. Senior brother 3 Realms massaged his sprained waist and laughed, allowing a junior brother to take his place. Then, he took out his phone and sent a message to Song Shuhang, "Junior brother Shuhang, you're finally online. I called you yesterday, but your phone was off. Senior White must be with you now, right?" Song Shuhang quickly replied to the message, "Hee hee. It's truly embarrassing, but my phone was out of battery yesterday. I've just got home, and yes, Senior White is also here. Ha ha. Then, tell Senior White to determine the coordinates with me. Later, I'll send you the supplementary technique immovable body of the Buddha via flying sword." Senior brother Three Realms said. He chose to use a flying sword instead of a computer because this information was too important. It absolutely couldn't be disclosed. Even if sending files online was quick and convenient, there was a risk that information would be leaked. Therefore, it was used only to transmit unimportant stuff or small techniques, like the one to control mental energy. For example, Senior brother Three Realms sent to Song Shuhang the brand induction technique, spirit brand technique, and temporary sword controlling technique via computer not too long ago. However, real cultivation techniques were physically delivered, and even the USB flash drive containing the information had various layers of protection as to avoid others stealing it. "I see. I'll tell Senior White," Song Shuhang replied. Then, he also asked, "Senior brother Three Realms, do you happen to have a phone charging technique too?" Young monk Three Realms, the phone charging technique? Oh, it seems there is indeed such a technique. However, before learning that technique, you must first convert the energy inside your body into electricity. Wait till you reach the second stage True Master realm before studying it. Moreover, aren't you part of the 9 Provinces #1 group? That technique was invented by one of the seniors there. You should be able to find it in the group space. Thanks, Song Shuhang replied. Then, he turned his head and looked at Senior White. Senior White, pew 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 tilde. It seemed that Senior White was really enjoying eating those bayberries. Senior White, Senior brother Three Realms wants to send me something with the flying sword. Can you lock coordinates with him? Song Shuhang asked. Three Realms? Are you talking about Profound Principle's disciple? That boy has already reached the 4th stage and can now control a flying sword, huh? These youngsters are sure growing fast. When I saw him several hundred years ago, he was nothing but a little kid that had just become Profound Principle's disciple. Venerable White nodded as he reminisced about the past. However, Song Shuhang felt that this Venerable White acting as an old man was rather out of place. Was it due to Senior White's young appearance? Senior White went to the veranda and pointed his finger at the sky, standing perfectly still. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. On the other side, in the faraway wandering temple, Senior brother Three Realm had a similar posture with his finger pointing toward the sky. They mutually locked down coordinates. Senior brother, here is the flying sword to send the documents. A little monk ran over, dripping with sweat. He was holding a sword made of black iron. It was the same sword used by Great Master Profound Principle and Medicine Master to exchange materials back then. It seemed that Song Shuhang and this flying sword were bound by fate. It's worthily the sword used by the abbot to send materials. It's very heavy. The little monk felt that this sword was even heavier than a person. This flying sword is made of a very hard material. Therefore, it's normal for it to be heavy. Senior brother Three Realms said with a smile. Then, he put various layers of protection on the USB flash drive. If someone tried to forcefully remove them, the USB flash drive would self-destruct. Next, he placed it on the flying sword and performed a hand seal, sword controlling technique, go. Swish! The flying sword made of black iron flew from the hands of the little monk and soared toward the sky, disappearing into the clouds. The nearby disciples looked at Senior brother Three Realms with admiration. He could control and ride flying swords, and he had reached the 4th stage innate realm at a very young age. Becoming like Three Realms was the goal of many disciples of the faraway wandering temple. Continue playing. In a while, if there is someone who is tired, I can take their place. Senior brother 3 Realm said with a smile and headed toward the crowd at the edge of the basketball court, preparing to sub in at any time. Even if he was Great Master Profound Principle's direct disciple, he wasn't arrogant. He had a very good relationship with the other disciples of the temple. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Senior White took his finger back and said, "Done. The flying sword should be here in around 4-5 hours. Thank you, Senior White." Then, Song Shuhang opened the chat of the 9 Provinces #1 group on his computer and entered the group space, starting to scroll through the material shared in the group. Found it. Title: Afraid to find your phone out battery while away from home? Afraid that your electronic equipment would stop working while braving dangers outside? The one and only battery charging technique will relieve you from your worries. Fellow Taoists, how about giving it a try? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Ah. As soon as he saw the title, even without reading the name, Song Shuhang knew that this was Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's work. Since the title was so long, Song Shuhang ignored it every time he scrolled through the documents in the group space. He didn't expect it to contain such a practical and useful technique. Anyway, I didn't expect Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber to be the creator of this technique. It's too different from his usual self. After all, Senior Thrice Reckless' main occupation should be to seek death, and it doesn't have any relations with developing new techniques. Song Shuhang opened the file and carefully looked at the principles behind the battery charging technique. After a while, he raised his head, which was about to explode. This battery charging technique should have been only a minor technique, but when describing the technique, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had used many cultivation-related theories. And even when describing its usage, he had used many technical terms. Song Shuhang understood almost nothing. That document about mental energy sent by Scholar Drunken Moon was rather easy to understand. Song Shuhang had comprehended everything after reading it only once. On the other hand, this technique developed by Senior Thrice Reckless wasn't really suitable for beginners. Luckily, Senior White is around. Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at Senior White. Their eyes met, and then, pew 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 tilde. Senior White really liked those bayberries. He had already finished a big box of them. Senior, there is this battery charging technique, but I don't understand how to use it. Song Shuhang pointed at the contents of the battery charging technique on the screen. Let me take a look. Venerable White came closer and used his finger to follow the words on the screen as he read them. After a few seconds, I more or less understood the principle behind it. I'll try it out in a while. Then, I'll teach it to you. Senior White said. Thank you, Senior. Song Shuhang clenched his fist and made a cool pose. I'm lucky to have Senior White to help me. It's nothing, Venerable White said calmly. Right, I remembered something. That agent hired by Yellow Mountain called yesterday. He said that all the cars booked by Yellow Mountain would be delivered tomorrow or the day after. Once we're free, we should go over and check the merchandise. Sure, no problem. Song Shuhang nodded. He thought that it was time to visit home after settling this matter. After all, he was in the middle of summer vacation. He too should make a trip back home. Otherwise, Mama Song will start to worry. Moreover, he really wanted to let his parents and close friends try the spirit green tea to improve their health. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. 2 hours later. Inside the 9 Provinces #1 group. Spirit Butterfly Island Softfeather got online, and after sending a cute smiling emoji, she replied to Shuhang, stressed by a mountain of books, Senior Song, I'm of the same mind. This mysterious island seems way too dangerous. In addition, I found another good location. Hee hee. This morning, I discovered a treasure map amongst Father's notes. It seemed rather interesting. Senior Song, let's go treasure hunting together. A treasure map? It seems interesting. It's good for youngsters to go out and gain some experience. Good luck, Soft Feather. Northern River's loose cultivator was the first one to reply. However, he thought to himself, it's not easy to be a father. Venerable Spirit Butterfly must have carefully planned all of this. Since he feared that his daughter would decide to go to the mysterious island on a whim, Venerable Spirit Butterfly quickly prepared a treasure map to keep her occupied. This way, she would be able to satisfy her desire to explore unknown places. He was very careful and didn't let her discover anything unusual. It was likely that even this place where the treasure was buried had been meticulously prepared by Venerable Spirit Butterfly. This was the love of a parent. Stressed by a mountain of books, sure. I'm free for these 2 months. Just send me a message when you want to go. I need to settle some small matters first. Once I'm done dealing with them, I'll pack the necessary equipment for the journey," said Soft Feather happily. Then, she added, "Right. Senior Song, the spirit green tea leaves I personally picked have entered the final refining stage. Once they're ready, I'll send them to you. At the time, remember to give me an address." "Sure. Thank you, Soft Feather," Song Shuhang said. "Speaking of which, I have received many things from Soft Feather. When I have the chance, I should try to repay the favor." At this time, another ID popped out in the 9 Provinces #1 group. "King Dudu, Yellow Mountain, Yellow Mountain. When are you coming to get me?" In the past few days, when Shuhang wasn't home, Dudu had requested to enter the 9 Provinces #1 group. True Monarch Yellow Mountain quickly replied, "Soon. I'll give you half a month. If you aren't here by then, I'll bite your Jade Palace heaven-piercing shuttle and fill it with holes." Dudu threatened. True Monarch Yellow Mountain broke out in cold sweat. The Jade Palace heaven-piercing shuttle was his little darling. It was an immortal boat, which could be considered the same as a luxury car for cultivators, and it would let you gain a lot of face whenever you were out with it. Dudu meant what he said. If he said he was going to bite it, then he would bite it. In addition, I want to get a car license," Dudu added. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, stop causing trouble. Why do you even need a car license? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, That Familiar Scream. Chapter 209, That Familiar Scream. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. King Dudu, do I need a reason? The people around me, Senior Venerable White and Song Shuhang, have already learned driving and even gotten their driver's license. I'm the only one who doesn't have it. Wouldn't it make me seem very out of the loop? I don't care, I just don't care. In any case, you have to make a driver's license for me too. I still want to learn how to drive in the car. I want to drive. Stupid Yellow Mountain, do you hear me? True Monarch Yellow Mountain. System notification, King Dudu was muted by the founder of the group, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, for 1 day. Dudu snorted, "You think muting me is good enough?" He used his paw and proficiently scrolled to the private message page, "Stupid Yellow Mountain, Stupid Mountain. Even if I can't chat on the chat group, I still have private message function." And then Dudu continued, "I wanna drive. Can you agree please? I beg you. Quit fooling around, you're a Pekingese, how are you gonna learn how to drive?" True Monarch Yellow Mountain replied. "How mean, Stupid Yellow Mountain, you bully dogs." Dudu, who was mad and resentful, said, "So what if I'm a Pekingese? I have paws that can hold onto the steering wheel, I can become bigger, and my legs would be able to reach the brake and gas pedals. I have been reading about the theory behind driving for the past few days, and I have already memorized all the traffic knowledge. I can do it." Song Shuhang turned his head and stared at Dudu's computer screen. Ever since he had opened his eye aperture, his eyesight became very good. He could see all of Dudu's exchange with True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Upon reading what Dudu said, an image of a Pekingese-like person sitting in the car with both hands on the steering wheel and driving earnestly appeared in his mind. His two dog legs could even step on the clutch, gas, and brake pedals. That image was simply way too perfect. Don't talk about the rest, just him driving on the road alone is enough to scare ordinary people to death. Traffic police wouldn't even dare to stop him. Would you dare to risk your life to stop a driving dog? Would you want to throw your life away? What if you get run over and die? Who's gonna compensate you? In any case, no means no. Wait till you have condensed a monster core and are able to transform into human form, then we shall talk about driving lessons. Otherwise, there's no need for further discussion. True Monarch Yellow Mountain said resolutely. Stupid Yellow Mountain. Stupid Yellow Mountain. Stupid Yellow Mountain, X23. Dudu flooded his screen out of discontentment. True Monarch Yellow Mountain sent a and said, stop throwing tantrums or I'll kick you out from the 9 Provinces #1 chat group. And ban your user account forever under the group settings. Dudu's scrolling paw paused. After a long time, he lifted his head 45 degrees, his entire dog face was filled with sadness and loneliness. Song Shuhang thought that Dudu admitted defeat. Instead, he saw Dudu sigh and say, stupid Yellow Mountain, you have really forced me into using my big move. Thereafter, Song Shuhang saw that Dudu took a screenshot of his conversation with Monarch Yellow Mountain and proficiently selected a member from his friends list. It was Fairy Lychee, that fairy who was very beautiful and loved taking selfies. And then, Dudu sent a private message to Fairy Lychee, Big Sister Lychee. He even sent a, "Oh, it's little Dudu. How come you suddenly thought of private messaging me today?" Fairy Lychee added a, behind, she had to be really fond of Dudu. Millimeter. I'm here to lodge a complaint, True Monarch Yellow Mountain bullied me, I feel wronged. Dudu added a, and sent the screenshot he had taken of their conversation to Fairy Lychee. Dudu's screenshot was as such. King Dudu, I wanna drive, can you agree please? I beg you. A pretty mild tone? True Monarch Yellow Mountain, quit fooling around, you're a Pekingese, how are you gonna learn how to drive? King Dudu, so what if I'm a Pekingese? I have paws that can hold onto the steering wheel, I can become bigger, and my legs would be able to reach the brake and gas pedals. I have been reading about the theory behind driving for the past few days, and I have already memorized all the traffic knowledge, I can do it. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, no means no. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, stop throwing tantrums or I'll kick you out from the 9 Provinces #1 chat group. Then, the screenshot ended. Indeed. Dudu deleted the content of his scoldings directed at True Monarch Yellow Mountain, leaving behind only True Monarch Yellow Mountain's cold words and emoticons. Fairy Lychee quickly sent a emoticon. After that, she replied, how could this True Monarch Yellow Mountain treat you like this? Dudu, hold on, I will administer justice for you. After speaking, Fairy Lychee went offline. Dudu continued to hold his head 45 degrees towards the sky, his face filled with sadness, however, at the same time, he was also obviously pleased with himself. Sigh, if revenge breeds revenge, will there be an end to it? Why do it in the first place? When Song Shuhang saw this, he felt as though his eyes really went blind. Dudu had broadened Song Shuhang's mind once again, establishing a new low for the words cute pet. In the future, I will never, ever keep monster pets whatsoever. Song Shuhang swore in his heart. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, on the 69th peak of the limitless demon sect, the Mahoriga peak. Young Master Hai sat quietly next to the sea of clouds, resting his chin on his hand. Within the sea of clouds, Zheng Neng was dripping with sweat. He practiced the basic swordplay over and over again, training his body. The sea of clouds rolled, and Demon Monarch Anji's actual body emerged from within the clouds. That fella Jingmo got captured, said Demon Monarch Anji right after he showed himself. Upon hearing this news, young Master Hai's face couldn't help but stiffen. I do remember Master giving Jingmo a talisman treasure with the blood evasion technique for this mission. That was a top-notch escaping technique that was known to allow one to elude from 6th stage True Monarch's hands. Branch leader Jingmo was actually unable to escape? What kind of enemy did he face? An old 6th stage, who had already reached the peak of true monarch stage? Or a scary and formidable 7th stage spiritual venerable? Zheng Neng stopped his sword practice and shook off the sweat on his face. He rode on his sword and approached Demon Monarch Anji saying, was it because Jingmo was too careless and didn't have an opportunity to use the blood evasion technique talisman treasure? Or was he captured alive by force? This time, Jingmo was not careless. He even brought his only friend, Daoist Half-Good, along with him for this operation against Stressed by a Mountain of Books. At that time, Stressed by a Mountain of Books was alone, he did not have any senior cultivator following him. It was the best opportunity to deal with him. Demon Monarch Anji sighed with emotion. Daoist Half-Good? Is it that famous loose cultivator? He has a bottle good in his possession, he's pretty difficult to deal with. Zheng Neng furrowed his brows. When he was in the Immortal Farming sect, he had heard of the name of this Daoist Half-Good. His power and capability were mediocre, but because of the bottle good, he was able to become one of the top few within 4th stage cultivators. However, that Stressed by a Mountain of Books was able to get rid of Daoist Half-Good, who would be a pain even to us if we were to want to get rid of him, by using just a magical treasure to pierce him to death and then send his corpse to somewhere unknown. Upon thinking back on what his clone saw, Demon Monarch Anji still felt the lingering fear. His clone couldn't even tell exactly what magical treasure Stressed by a Mountain of Books used, he could only see a ray of light, which went at an extremely fast speed. Thereafter, Daoist Half-Good was dead. Demon Monarch Anji thought, if he were Daoist Half-Good, he also wouldn't have much confidence in depending solely on that one magical treasure to defend himself from that magical treasure. Young Master Hai squinted his eyes and guessed, I think that magical treasure should be usable only once. If not, Jingmo would have used the blood evasion technique to escape as soon as he could. Yes, after Stressed by a Mountain of Books used the magical treasure, he did not have as much strength to resist. He took 2 consecutive strikes from Jingmo's sword and almost got slashed to death. But Jingmo never expected that Stressed by a Mountain of Books actually had another mystical escaping technique and that its speed would be that fast. Even Jingmo had to use his maximum strength and speed in order to keep up with that escaping technique. The speed of my clone could not keep up with them, however, and it could only watch them get further and further away. Demon Monarch Anji sighed heavily. Zheng Neng nodded and said, that Stressed by a Mountain of Books got to know so many senior cultivators, it's not surprising for him to be equipped with 1 or 2 escaping techniques. Jingmo's brain ultimately was not bright enough, he didn't take any precautions. As for what happened later on, I am not sure. But not long later? I received definite news stating that Su Clan 7 captured branch leader Jingmo alive and brought him back to the headquarters of the Spirit River Su Clan. The corner of Demon Monarch Anji's mouth twitched a little. The Spirit River Su Clan was a rather enormous aristocratic family that was not weaker than the Limitless Demon sect. Additionally, they had a lot of strategies and tricks. Once branch leader Jingmo got brought back there, he might leak out a lot of information pertaining to the Limitless Demon sect. Young Master Hai's fingers lightly tapped on his thigh as he answered, no harm, the things that Jingmo is aware of ain't much. The Spirit River Su Clan wouldn't be able to get much information from him. Additionally, I will contact the branch members that were originally under Jingmo, and tell them to retreat ASAP to avoid getting taken revenge on by the Spirit River Su Clan. Brother Seven's power and capability can be rated as top-notch amongst 5th stage cultivators. None of the branches would be able to withstand his fury. If you had known earlier, you wouldn't have angered Su Clan 7. Demon Monarch Anji replied as he smiled. No. I am instead lucky that I chose Brother 7 as my target. He is my biggest encouragement and motivation on my path to cultivation. Between the two of us, only one can live. With such pressure present, I will grow even faster. Young Master Hai smiled. He got up and leapt into the sea of clouds, going in the direction of the formation used by Limitless Demon sect to contact the outside world. Lunatic! Demon Monarch Anji muttered. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Another 2 hours went by. Venerable White, pew 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 pew. Next to him were 3 huge boxes of bayberries. The box that Song Shuhang brought back had been finished a long time ago. After that, Senior White rode the flying sword till the Luotian Street area near Jiangnan College Town and brought back 4 boxes of bayberries in one go. Venerable White stood up and said to Song Shuhang, "The flying sword is gonna be here soon, come with me to receive it." "Okay." Song Shuhang leapt up. Basic Buddhist Fist Technique S Supplementary Technique, the immovable body of the Buddha. Just by listening to its name, it seemed like a rather fierce technique. But this was a supplementary technique that would bring him one step closer to strengthening his body and speeding up the process of opening his first stage apertures. It was a technique that he urgently needed. Venerable White pointed at the sky. There was a faint, white light flickering in the distance. Very soon, a black sword appeared in the sky, speeding towards Venerable White. Faintly, Song Shuhang heard a scream. This frequency of the scream, he was all too familiar with it. These R-tilde screams, every 2 screams, an intermittent pause. That was exactly like that time when he was being sent to Tubo's grandfather's house in J-City by Senior White, a person delivering flying sword when Venerable White was in a foul mood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, What to do if you were in seclusion for so long that you grew hemorrhoids. Chapter 210, What to do if you were in seclusion for so long that you grew hemorrhoids. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. Senior Brother 3 Realms said he wanted to send a USB flash drive containing the immovable body of the Buddha, but did he casually send a person along with it? That couldn't be the case, right? Just as Song Shuhang was thinking about it, that black flying sword already got closer and closer. And then, there was indeed a person on it. He was a little bald-headed boy, roughly around 8 years old, with his mouth making shrieks with the same rhythmic tempo as Song Shuhang at that time. This little baldy was chubby and plump, his whole face was round, and his eyes very big. He had the kind of look that people were generally fond of, the cute little fatty look that made people wish they could nibble his face whenever they see it. But at this time, tears were gushing from the cute small monk's eyes, due to the extreme speed of the flying sword. His mucus and saliva were flying behind him and his little face turned pale due to excessive fright. The last time Senior White sent Song Shuhang, he had created a layer of light and glued Song Shuhang to it. However, there was no layer of light between the small monk's body and the surface of the flying sword. It was purely the material delivering flying sword technique. At this moment, the small monk was tenaciously clinging onto the flying sword with his whole body in order not to fall from the flying sword. Luckily, his monk's robes, which were made from some unknown material, did not get torn or cut by the sharp flying sword when he was hugging onto it tightly. Hence, he did not get cut into half by the flying sword. The only thing that was better than Song Shuhang was that his hair wouldn't become like Shamate One Youth's broom-like hair or exploded hair, for the small monk did not have any hair to begin with. Senior White, is my vision getting worse lately, or do I see a small monk on the flying sword? Yeah, there is a small monk, Senior White nodded calmly. Damn, there really is a small monk on it. Didn't Senior Brother 3 Realms only send a USB flash drive? Why did he send along a small monk? Song Shuhang pinched his chin. Suddenly, both his eyes lit up and said, Senior White, could it be that this small monk is the sword spirit of the flying sword? No, you think too much. Senior White calmly continued, that is just an ordinary first-stage small monk who just completed the foundation establishment. Song Shuhang felt his scalp swell. His subconsciousness was telling him that, perhaps, this could be another huge trouble knocking on his door. Swoosh! The flying sword gracefully landed in front of Senior White, steadily floating in midair. The small monk finally stopped screaming. A moment later he reached out with his hands and wiped his tears and attempted to get up from the flying sword with both legs trembling. However, his legs were too wobbly. He tried getting up quite a number of times, but failed. Hello, benefactors. The small monk was laying on the sword with his palms put together in a respectful greeting. Then, he turned his head towards Song Shuhang in a robot-like manner asking, benefactor, can you lend me a helping hand? My legs are wobbly, I can't get down. Song Shuhang forced a laugh and was preparing to pick the small monk up. Senior White suddenly started pondering seriously and started chanting the sword formula as he said, Shuhang, that fella 3 realms most likely sent the wrong item. I feel that we should send the flying sword and the small monk back. Oh, yeah, you're right. Song Shuhang nodded, but Senior, can you use this sword? At that time, Medicine Master was unable to activate Great Master Profound Principle's flying sword and even needed Song Shuhang's help in sending the flying sword back via express delivery. Venerable White replied, don't worry, this time Monk Profound Principle had already undid the lock on the flying sword. His disciple 3 realms could use it. I can also activate the flying sword and channel my spiritual energy into it and send it flying back. Don't do it, no, this small monk will die. The small monk was unable to maintain his stern look and started shouting. At the same time, he quickly reached his hand and took out a USB flash drive from the sword hilt and said, you must be Senior Brother Song Shuhang, this is what Senior Brother 3 realms wanted to send you. Inside, it contains the supplementary technique, Immovable Body of the Buddha. This small monk will not tell lies, once you open it, you'll know. Song Shuhang took the USB flash drive and gave it to Senior White. Senior White took it and examined it for a bit before saying, yeah, there isn't a problem with the USB flash drive, it is indeed this one. As for the restriction lock, I will contact 3 realms in a while to get him to send the technique to undo it. Song Shuhang nodded his head in silence. Senior Brother Shuhang, can you help me get down now? The small monk used pitiful eyes to look at Song Shuhang with both palms joined together and a pleading facial expression. Yeah, but you are? Song Shuhang asked. I am Guigui, 6 years old this year. I am Abbot Profound Principle's 78th direct disciple. The small monk had a stern little face, but his forehead could not hide his happiness. He said, I just completed my foundation establishment not long ago. When I get promoted to the 2nd stage I would be able to get my own Dharma name. I am very awesome. This little fatty was actually only 6 years old, but his appearance was undoubtedly that of an 8-year-old's. Did you sneak out? Song Shuhang asked. The small monk's facial expression changed. A moment later, he clenched his teeth and looked like he was at a loss, then said, no. Right, Senior Brother 3 realms sent me here. After finishing his sentence, he put his palms together once again and continuously chanted the many names of Buddha. Oh. Song Shuhang nodded. Thereafter, Song Shuhang took out his phone. He was about to give Senior Brother 3 realms a call. The small monk had sharp eyes, and he could see who Song Shuhang was trying to contact on his phone. His face turned white immediately. I'm sorry. Senior Brother Shuhang, this small monk indeed sneaked out. Please do not call Senior Brother 3 realms. At the side, Senior White plainly said, monks cannot tell lies. You broke the rules. The small monk's face immediately looked sick. As expected, we have to send him back, I guess? Senior White once again started to chant the sword formula. The small monk panicked immediately and said, no, don't, I'll die. When I was on my way here, my legs already got wobbly. If I get on another document delivering flying sword, I'll surely fall off halfway through the journey. I don't want to go to heaven so soon. Don't worry. When Senior White heard his concern, he immediately became full of confidence and said, I can use the person delivering flying sword method to send you back. It's just like riding on a flying sword. The layer of light will keep you glued tightly onto the flying sword, and you certainly won't fall off. This method is really good. Shuhang tried it before. Right, Shuhang? Song Shuhang forced a smile and nodded, yes. Your safety's guaranteed. And its speed is really fast. Its speed is really fast? Upon hearing this description, the small monk's face became dark. Ha, I'm just messing with you, Song Shuhang laughed. He reached out with his hands and carried the small monk down from the flying sword. At this time, his phone rang. Song Shuhang looked at it, and it turned out Senior Brother Three Realms was calling him, hence he picked it up. It's Junior Brother Shuhang, right? Has the documents delivering flying sword arrived? Came Senior Brother Three Realms' voice from the phone. Song Shuhang glanced at the stiff small monk, whose palms were joined together at the side, and laughed. Yeah, I just received it, Senior Brother. Also, is there a fat little small monk on the sword, the kind that looks very mischievous? Senior Brother Three Realms' voice sounded rather worried. Yeah, there is one, he's called Guoguo, right? Song Shuhang replied. Senior Brother Three Realms on the other end of the line heaved a sigh of relief and said, that little rascal. He actually sneaked onto my documents delivering flying sword and ran out. To think he could actually pull that off. Thereafter, Senior Brother narrated a few matters to Song Shuhang. The small monk Guoguo was brought back to the temple by Great Master Profound Principle and was accepted as a disciple. It was said that he was the descendant of an old deceased friend of Great Master Profound Principle's. According to Faraway Wandering Temple's rules, if a disciple had not been promoted to the third stage acquired realm, he cannot leave the temple. However, this little fella was extremely daring. The other day, he put a talisman on his body that allowed him to hide himself and then attached himself to the black iron flying sword. No wonder when the young novice monk collected the sword he said that the black iron sword was rather heavy. At that time, the small monk had already hid and shrunk himself, sitting on top of the flying sword. Thereafter, Senior Brother Three Realms sent the flying sword to Song Shuhang's, along with the small monk on it. Song Shuhang couldn't help but look at the small monk. That little fella was just standing in a daze at the side with his hands together. By just looking at him, one might think that he was an extremely well-behaved child, the kind that wouldn't go against the words of adults. Nobody would have thought he would ever do something such as propping himself on top of the flying sword, riding on it to escape from the faraway wandering temple. I have to trouble you, little friend Shuhang, to help me take care of him for about 2 to 3 days, a week at most. After that, a junior brother who would make his way to the area of Jiangnan would take that little junior brother back, said Senior Brother Three Realms. Actually, Senior Brother Three Realms could ride the flying sword himself and bring that small monk back. It was just that when he saw how much that little fella suffered to run away, his heart softened quite a bit, and he decided to let him play outside for a few days. Besides, there was Senior White next to Song Shuhang, so his safety was guaranteed. Taking care of him for a few days isn't a problem, but in a few days' time, I would be making a trip to my hometown. I am having a vacation break right now. If he doesn't come within 2 to 3 days, you might have to trouble that senior brother to make a trip to my hometown to pick up the small monk, said Song Shuhang. All right, no problem, said Senior Brother Three Realms. Yeah, that's all for now. Just as Song Shuhang was about to hang up, Senior White gestured at Song Shuhang to pass the phone to him. After receiving the phone, Senior White asked, Three Realms, tell me the method to unlock the USB flash drive. All right, Senior. Senior Brother Three Realms started to explain to Senior White the steps to unlock it. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang moved towards the small monk Guoguo. Senior Brother Shuhang, I'm sorry to trouble you. The small monk placed his palms together, and bowed. He. Song Shuhang's movements were as fast as lightning. He pinched the fat cheeks of the small monk and used his strength to pull them apart. That was exactly what he wanted to do the moment he first laid his eyes on the small monk. It was especially interesting seeing the small monk keeping a straight face, not daring to resist. Little fella, when you snuck out of the faraway wandering temple, was it purely because you wanted to play? Song Shuhang asked. This small monk is no playful person who just wants to have fun. Guoguo kept a stern face. Then why did you go through all that trouble to get out first? Asked Shuhang out of curiosity. The small monk looked slightly at a loss and clenched his teeth saying, Senior Brother Shuhang, if you swear you won't tell anyone, I can tell you the reason why I ran away. No problem, I feel that my lips are sealed pretty tightly. Song Shuhang said earnestly. At the same time he cooperated with the small monk and made an oath. The small monk then said softly, "Actually, for the past 2 years I have been meditating and practicing for very long. Sometimes, when I practiced in seclusion, I'd sit on ice stones or fire rocks when meditating. I don't know when it happened, but I started to get hemorrhoids. I heard that there are operations for hemorrhoids outside, so I secretly came out to do the operation." Song Shuhang used his strength and rubbed his face. He felt that, recently, he had gotten rigid facial expression syndrome. He did not know what facial expression to use to express his inner feelings that were akin to 10,000 stampeding horses going at full speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211, Flying into the Sky? Of course not, we're aiming for space. Chapter 211, Flying into the Sky? Of course not, we're aiming for space. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. So, if you were to sit for too long while cultivating, you would unexpectedly grow hemorrhoids? It might not be too far-fetched. After all, sitting for too long was indeed one of the causes of hemorrhoids. Song Shuhang was still a newbie cultivator, and he had cultivated for little more than a month. He had quickly opened the heart and eye apertures through sheer luck. Therefore, he knew almost nothing about the circumstances of low-level cultivators that were sitting cross-legged for years while cultivating. He didn't know about these fire rock and ice stone that cultivators were sitting on while cultivating. These stones the little monk had spoken of must be treasures that sects used to increase the efficiency of the meditation. Maybe it was something like the ancient tomb sect's one cold jade bed? Song Shuhang felt that he had learned something new today. But shouldn't cultivators have ways to deal with hemorrhoids? Or were all low-level cultivators suffering from this plight? Moreover, Song Shuhang asked, "Guogui, didn't you use the body-tempering liquid?" He remembered that when he took the body-tempering liquid the first time, all his small internal wounds automatically healed. And later, even if the effects were getting less and less potent, it was still helping him temper his body. Shouldn't the body-tempering liquid easily cure something as insignificant as hemorrhoids? It should work, right? Unless, this little monk took so much body-tempering liquid that it's no longer effective. I also thought of using body-tempering liquid, but it was useless. The small monk Guegwe heavily sighed. His little face was full sorrow and grief. Then, he said in a low voice, "The first time I took the body-tempering liquid, I hadn't grown hemorrhoids yet. However, its effects were quite good, and all the small internal injuries were healed. But then, when I cultivated for 2 years on the fire and ice stones, I grew hemorrhoids. When that happened, I immediately thought of using the body-tempering liquid to get rid of them. But, for some unknown reasons, it didn't have any effect." Actually, it was useless that he had lowered his voice. Just how strong was Venerable White? If even Song Shuhang could hear him, Venerable White could surely hear him from more than 1,000 meters away. Then, there was Dudu. He was a Pekingese, and his hearing was quite good. But Song Shuhang wasn't planning to say it out loud. After listening to the explanation of the small monk, he quietly turned his head toward Venerable White. Venerable White slightly moved his mouth and said via secret sound transmission, "This small monk has taken too much medium-quality body-tempering liquid. It won't have any effect on him anymore. Only high-quality body-tempering liquid will be able to help him." So, it was really like this. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh. A loose cultivator would have to go through countless hardships and pay an astonishing price to obtain a little bit of body-tempering liquid. On the other hand, sect's disciples could drink it until it was useless. This was the advantage of having accumulated many resources for many years. The small monk didn't notice Song Shuhang's strange expression and continued in a low voice, "Recently, my master was planning to send me to the 1,000-layer immortal prison, a special fire and ice dual-type environment, to increase the speed of my cultivation. I felt that if I really went to that place, my hemorrhoids would get even worse. Therefore, I ran away and decided to have a small surgery to resolve the problem. I even looked up for a hospital. Minimally invasive surgery, painless, and no relapse. The small monk had an excited face as he spoke. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. Maybe it was really painless, but the part about no relapse was just advertisement. Nowadays, advertisements were used to cheat honest people like this small monk. After heaving a sigh, he asked, "Didn't you talk about this with your master?" Great master profound principle should have means to cure something like this, right? My master is in silent meditation right now. All matters in the temple are managed by master's junior brother, religious discipline courtyard's wondrous principle. But if I were to ask him, he would surely say, you will be able to transcend hemorrhoids with your willpower. Moreover, this is also part of the training. The small monk mimicked wondrous principle and said, teacher's junior brother is an ascetic monk. Ascetic monk, we're happy to suffer. The more we suffer, the more we can understand the wonders of pain. Therefore, let your hemorrhoids come. The more, the better. Song Shuhang's corner of the mouth twitched. Did you ask senior brother Three Realms about it? If he also had a similar experience, he might a way to deal with it. Impossible, it's too embarrassing. Senior brother mustn't know about this. The small monk said firmly. That's why I came here to have a surgery. Once it's done, I won't have to worry about a relapse. With that, I won't have to fear that puny 1,000-layer immortal prison. Song Shuhang gently pinched those fat cheeks and said, all right. If you only want to surgically remove hemorrhoids, Jiangnan College Coun's affiliated hospital isn't half bad. They also perform minimally invasive surgery. Do you want to go there? The small monk thought a bit and said, all right, let's give it a try. Song Shuhang shrugged and said, come, I'll prepare a room for you. Moreover, you can't run all over the place, understand? If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to senior brother Three Realms? I understand. I won't cause any trouble. The small monk Guegua said cutely. Song Shuhang nodded. Will the small monk really behave? Song Shuhang was after all a good person, and he wasn't going to decline the request to look after the small monk. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Once the room was ready, the small monk Guegua remained inside and sat with his eyes closed. He needed to recover from that 4-hour trip at high speed on the flying sword. At this moment, he was exhausted. As soon as Song Shuhang returned downstairs, Venerable White connected the USB flash drive containing the immovable body of the Buddha to the computer's USB port. Since it was a supplementary technique of the basic Buddhist fist technique, the contents were similar. There were several pictures, plus the chant of the technique. However, since it was just a supplementary technique, there were only 2 pictures, plus the chant. He used the method medicine master taught him when he received the basic Buddhist fist technique. He stared at the contents for a while and engraved them in his mind. Afterward, he relaxed and looked at the pictures again, entering into a dreamland where he learned the technique. Once he had comprehended the immovable body of the Buddha, Venerable White taught him the battery charging technique too. For this technique, he also used the power of qi and blood to draw the character on the palm of his hand, but the procedure was easier compared to the lightning palm. Then, he just needed to use it on a phone or notebook that was out of battery. Once the battery was full, the extra energy would automatically disperse. Song Shuhang was able to quickly learn the battery charging technique. However, he felt that this battery charging technique and the one left in the group space by Senior Thrice Reckless were a bit different. Did Venerable White improve the battery charging technique? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The next day, July 9th. Song Shuhang got up very early and opened the door. He discovered that Senior White was walking back and forth in the corridor. Senior White, good morning. Song Shuhang said. Good morning, Shuhang. Senior White said with a smile. Then, he cheerfully passed the tablet in his hands to Shuhang, showing him a message. It was a message from True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Venerable White, I've already made arrangements for you and little friend Song Shuhang to start flight training. On July 9th, you'll receive a visit from a professional agent. He will deliver you an II-type certificate of physical conformity and a private pilot license, PPL. Moreover, the agent will escort you to a special airport where you'll make a trial flight. I wish you good luck. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Senior White had a smile plastered on his face. He was very happy. They'll send a certificate of physical conformity and a pilot license. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyes. I haven't even touched a plane yet, and Senior Yellow Mountain is planning to give me a pilot license directly. Is this really all right? Aye. But these are only unimportant details. Let's quickly prepare. Venerable White said cheerfully, in a while, someone will come and bring us to a special airport to make a trial flight. We can't be late. Sure, Senior. I'll immediately get ready. Song Shuhang said to Senior White with a bright smile. Good, be quick. Senior White hummed. Then, he went downstairs while holding the tablet. Once Senior White was gone, Dudu quietly came forward. He started to vigorously shake his body till a piece of dog fur fell on the floor. Then, he quietly handed it to Song Shuhang. Take it. Always keep it with you. It will come in handy if there is an emergency. Dudu. Song Shuhang was touched. At critical moments, Dudu was very reliable. Dudu had a serious expression as he used his paw to pat Shuhang's shoulder. Then, he quietly returned to his room. After he entered the room, his dog face revealed a human-like smile. Hee. Stupid Yellow Mountain, you won't let me drive a car? Then I'll go fly a plane. After all, it seemed that the dog fur wasn't really for emergencies. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Unaware of everything, the pitiful Song Shuhang stored the dog fur with great care. Afterward, he quickly opened the chat. When he logged in, he received True Monarch Yellow Mountain's message. Little friend Shuhang, I've already made arrangements for you and Senior White to start flight training. On July 9th, someone will come to deliver the certificate of physical conformity and a pilot license. Afterward, you'll be brought to a place where you'll learn how to fly a plane. I wish you good luck. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Song Shuhang replied, Senior Yellow Mountain, you could have told me this news a few days earlier to let me mentally prepare. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was online and immediately replied, Ha ha. Didn't I say long ago that I was already making arrangements for your flight lessons? Moreover, it would be quite difficult for you to enter this course with your connections. You should seize the opportunity and not complain. All right. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. But I have a request. Senior Yellow Mountain, please prepare a spacesuit and a portable life support system for me. What are you going to do with a spacesuit? Aren't you just going to fly in the sky? True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked. Senior Yellow Mountain, Song Shuhang said in a serious tone, I'm gonna take flight lessons with Senior White, and I don't think it will be limited to the sky. I'm mentally prepared to go into space. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212, Can you let me eat in peace? Chapter 212, Can you let me eat in peace? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. He didn't know the reason either, but after hearing Song Shuhang's words, True Monarch Yellow Mountain was touched. Given Senior White's disposition, it wasn't impossible for them to end up in space. I understand. I'll prepare everything you need. True Monarch Yellow Mountain assured him. In the end, he still reminded, right? You absolutely can't let Dudu board the plane. He was nagging me about driving license. Who knows what might happen if he were to board a plane? Don't give him an opportunity to get close to any aircraft. Senior Yellow Mountain, you don't need to worry. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh and said, Dudu doesn't seem interested in coming with Senior White and me to take flight lessons. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much about it. Earlier, Dudu gave him his dog fur to protect him from dangers. It seemed that even Dudu was aware how dangerous it was to go with them. Is that so? If this is really the case, it would be perfect. True Monarch Yellow Mountain replied, is Dudu's temperament getting better? According to True Monarch Yellow Mountain experience, Dudu was always looking for a chance to stir up trouble. Therefore, it would be strange if he wasn't going to meddle with something as enticing as flight lessons. Did Dudu stop being a troublemaker after staying with little friend Song Shuhang? If this is really the case, it's absolutely perfect. When he was raising Dudu, he wanted to turn him into a lovable and obedient Pekingese, and certainly not into a hyperactive husky-like mischievous beast. Till this day, True Monarch Yellow Mountain had yet to understand how and why had Dudu turned into such a troublemaker. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as he was in deep thought, a pleasing sound echoed outside his immortal cave. The surveillance talisman had detected the presence of a fellow Daoist. This function was similar to a doorbell. True Monarch Yellow Mountain quickly activated the mirror. Its surface lit up like the screen of a computer, and quickly displayed an image of the outside of the cave. A beautiful fairy maiden was standing at the entrance, her face smiling. As if she had induced True Monarch Yellow Mountain's vision, she waved her small hand and said, "Senior Yellow Mountain, I came here to chat a bit." "Ah? It's Lychee. How come you have free time today?" True Monarch Yellow Mountain heartily laughed and deactivated the surveillance talisman. Fairy Lychee was sweetly smiling, and she seemed completely harmless to any spectator's eye. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On the other side. After his discussion with True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Song Shuhang was searching on the internet, checking things like what to do in case of plane crash, or how to use a parachute and small tricks to use when flying a plane. Even if Senior White could use his flying sword and he had Dudu's dog fur, it was still better to be prepared. Dying meant that everything would be over, so he had to do his best to increase his chances of survival. Then, after taking a deep breath, he put up a bright smile and went downstairs to eat. Since they had forgotten to bring Little Candy back when they returned from the forbidden area, the quality of the dishes had declined quite a bit. Senior White had gone outside and bought things like soybean milk, steamed stuffed buns, fried dough sticks, porridge, pickled vegetables, and so on. There was a lot of variety. But why had Senior White gone out to buy breakfast? Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at Senior White. Venerable White, who was scrolling on the tablet with his finger, seemed to have induced Song Shuhang's gaze. He raised his head and both his cheeks were bulging, pew 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 tilde. There were several boxes of bayberries beside him. It seemed he had gone outside to buy bayberries and bought breakfast while he was at it. Unexpectedly, Senior White wasn't tired of eating bayberries yet. It seemed that cultivators really had powerful bodies. If a normal person were to eat so many bayberries, their teeth would start to hurt, but Senior White was eating them as though it was nothing. Song Shuhang sat down and stretched out his hand, taking a piece of white bread. At the same time, he asked, "Senior White, didn't Guogua come to eat breakfast?" "He is in the bathroom. He has been there for a long time." Senior White replied. "For a long time? Who? Are his hemorrhoids so serious? No wonder he ran away from the temple to have a surgery." "Guogua, a piece of advice here. Remember to clean your butt properly when you go to the toilet. Otherwise, your hemorrhoids might become even more serious." Song Shuhang said thoughtlessly. Sitting for too long and not cleaning your butt properly could both cause hemorrhoids. This was general knowledge. "Ah. They will become more serious." The small monk in the bathroom called out in alarm. "Yes. Therefore, pay proper attention to your hygiene." Song Shuhang took a fried dough stick and ate it after wrapping it with white bread. He loved to eat it like that. Then, he turned on the TV in the living room and casually started to switch channels, looking for one that was broadcasting news. After switching several channels, he arrived at Jiangnan area's news channel. The content immediately piqued his interest. The channel was broadcasting an interview. On the left, there was a middle-aged man wearing eyeglasses. His face was giving off an I-know-it-all glare. On the right was the pretty female host. She was wearing a beautiful black dress and was in the middle of a Q&A session with the expert. Professor Liu, since you're an expert in geology, we have a question for you. This is something that has been bothering the residents of the Jiangnan area for a while. The hostess said with a smile, it happened on July 1st nearby the electronic shopping center. A huge subsidence of the earth suddenly occurred in that place. Can you explain the reason? Song Shuhang, who was about to take a bite of his food, immediately stopped. The hostess was talking about Senior White's masterpiece. At the time, he fell to the ground and created a huge hole. There were many different theories about that hole on the web. Some were saying, this isn't a normal subsidence of the earth. There is no way that the hole just happened to be perfectly round. Rather than the earth giving in, this seems the crater left behind by a meteorite. But it was impossible for it to be the crater left behind by a meteorite. It was daylight, and no one noticed a meteor falling from the sky. Moreover, there wasn't any mark of combustion left behind. In short, there were many strange and inconclusive theories on this matter. There is no doubt about it, it's a subsidence of the earth, Professor Liu said firmly. Then, he slowly started to explain how subsidences of the earth came to be, complaining that too many minerals and too much underground water were extracted and so on. He gave out a very colorful description. The explanation went on till it turned into a course about subsidences of the earth. Then, he started saying that evil capitalists were overexploiting underground resources. Afterward, he began to explain to everyone that they had to protect the environment and how everyone had responsibilities. The professor was babbling non-stop, and the spectators were baffled. The hostess at this time, F*CK. Where has this topic gone to? Stop straying off from the main point and sum it up in 5 or so lines. But she couldn't say these words out loud. Let alone that, she even had to put on a what Professor Liu says is correct face and make an over sound from time to time to agree with him. All right. Let's just say that it was a subsidence of the earth. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh. It wasn't only him, many of the residents of Jiangnan area were of the same mind. Professor Liu was the winner. At this time, Senior White raised his head and looked at the TV with a smile on his face. Oh? Is that the hole I created while I was in a daze? Senior, no. That's a subsidence of the earth. Song Shuhang turned his head and said in a serious tone, this is the result of those evil capitalists continuously exploiting underground resources. They are the ones that led to the creation of this hole. As for why the hole resembles the crater of a meteor, Professor Liu will surely have an explanation for that too. Oh, so it was like this. Senior White nodded. In other words, I don't need to use my ground leveling spell after getting careless and creating holes in the ground, right? Senior White. Song Shuhang held his thumb up in approval. Yes, it's exactly like that. Then, he took the fried dough stick and wrapped it in the bread once again, preparing to take a bite. Sometimes, these experts were rather useful. Just as he was about to take a bite, the door to the bathroom opened. The small monk Guegui had a very serious face as he ran toward Song Shuhang, his butt still bare. Song Shuhang was confused. What was this kid trying to do? After arriving in front of Song Shuhang, Guegui stuck up his small butt and said, Senior brother Shuhang, please look. Is my butt clean? Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at Guegui's hemorrhoids-ridden butt. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Please, can you let me eat in peace? Then, he shot a look at the fried dough stick in his hand, golden bright and dazzling. But no matter how he looked at it, right now he could only associate it with poop. I'm done. I'm not eating it anymore. Senior brother Shuhang? Little Guegui turned his head, somewhat confused. It's very clean. Song Shuhang bitterly smiled. Now, wash your hands and start eating. All right. The small monk pulled his pants up and returned to the bathroom. Song Shuhang threw the fried dough stick on a side and silently ate the white bread. Without the fried dough, the white bread had just a sweet taste and nothing else. It didn't taste too good. Soon, the small monk Guegui returned. Senior brother Shuhang, what do we have for breakfast? Soybean milk, fried dough sticks, bread, porridge, and pickled vegetables. You can choose whatever you want. Song Shuhang pointed to the table. Ah? You only have these? Aren't we going to eat spirit rice balls or sweet dew liquid? The small monk looked at Song Shuhang confused. Spirit rice balls? Sweet dew liquid? Only the best disciples of a sect could enjoy these delicacies. How could a small loose cultivator like Shuhang have heard of them? Song Shuhang heaved a long sigh and said, "We don't have them here." At the same time, he turned his head and looked at Senior White. Senior White, pew 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 tilde. Senior White explained, the spirit rice is a special type of rice created in conjunction with a cultivation technique. It has spiritual qi inside. The sweet dew liquid is the same. It's a juice extracted from plants containing spiritual qi. During the body tempering stage, if a cultivator eats this food containing spiritual qi, it will increase the quantity of qi and blood in their body, speeding up their cultivation speed. When you're free, I'll help you plant a field of 1,000 square meters with this stuff. When I was young, I did the same. It sure brings back memories. Thank you, Senior. Song Shuhang said with a smile. The small monk seemed to have felt Song Shuhang's embarrassment. He joined his palm together and chanted Buddha's name, Senior Brother Shuhang, no need to worry. Even if it's normal breakfast, I don't mind. After a moment, he added, Senior Brother Shuhang, was this dough stick fried in vegetable oil or animal one? Song Shuhang was on the verge of tears. I have no idea. Oh. Then, I can't eat it. I cannot break my religious rules. The small monk copied Song Shuhang and started to quietly eat the bread. For some reason, Song Shuhang felt rather depressed right now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213, The Spacesuit and Senior White's Misunderstanding. Chapter 213, The Spacesuit and Senior White's Misunderstanding. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Gwegwe. In a while, Senior White and I will have to make a trip outside. You stay here and obediently look after the house. Once I'm back, I'll bring you to the hospital, okay? Song Shuhang squeezed the rest of the bread into his mouth and said. If these were normal flight lessons, he would have brought Gwegwe along. But these were lessons with Senior White. He wasn't so heartless to let an innocent kid suffer. The small monk patted his chest and said with confidence, sure. Nothing will happen to the house under my watch. Song Shuhang nodded. Then, he shot a glance at Dudu who was watching the news on the computer. He felt a bit relieved. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After breakfast, Song Shuhang started to practice as usual. After a few rounds of the basic Buddhist fist technique, half an hour was already gone. At this time, someone rang the doorbell. Is it the agent Senior Yellow Mountain was talking about? Song Shuhang went to open the door. He saw a Western woman with blonde hair and blue eyes standing at the entrance. The blonde-haired woman looked at Song Shuhang. Then, she shot a glance at the documents in her hand. After confirming his identity, she raised her head and revealed a very professional smile. Hello, are you Mr. Song Shuhang? Her accent was very good. Were all foreigners so good at speaking Mandarin nowadays? All his fellow countrymen that were unable to make a clear distinction between alveolar and retroflex one consonants were put to shame. Yes, it's me. Song Shuhang replied. Hello. I'm Caselli from Jiangshui Civil Aviation Training Center. We've been requested by Mr. Huang Wenzhong to bring you two gentlemen to the Aviation Training Center. We've already prepared a theoretical flight lesson and a practical one, said Caselli with a bright smile. Then, she snapped her fingers. The two men in suits behind her lifted a big box. Mr. Shuhang, this is the spacesuit and the life support system set you required. Please give it a check, said Caselli with a smile. She was very curious though, she couldn't understand why had this man requested a spacesuit while attending flight lessons. They weren't boarding a spaceship. After wearing these cumbersome clothes, wouldn't he have trouble piloting? However, the customers weren't ever in the wrong, especially ones with power and status. Therefore, she wasn't planning to go against Song Shuhang's wishes. The man named Huang Wenjun was so rich that he had bought their entire training center. And he had bought it for this seemingly common student and that other man named Song Bai. Right, is Mr. Song Bai also here with you? Caselli asked. He is inside. Do you want to come in and have a seat? Said Song Shuhang while moving toward the big box. He opened it and shot a look at the cumbersome spacesuit. At first sight, it was indeed somewhat big. In science fiction movies, they just need to press a button, and the spacesuit would suddenly reduce in size and change into tight-fitting clothes. When would real-world science achieve this point? Caselli was still smiling as she said, there is a certain distance between the training center and this place. Therefore, we are on a tight schedule. So, how about directly coming to the training center with us? This way, we can have a 1-hour theoretical lesson and make you board the plane afterward, making you familiar with it. There are several different aircraft at our training center. You can choose the one you like the most. You have many different models? Not bad. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Maybe he could choose a small helicopter and pilot that? With that, he won't have to fear about Senior White sending it to space. I'm happy that you're satisfied. Anyway, this is yours and Mr. Song Bai's I-type certificate of physical conformity together with your private pilot license, PPL. Caselli passed the certificate and license to Song Shuhang. After taking these for documents, Song Shuhang had mixed feelings. He had never touched a plane, but he was holding a pilot license in his hand. He was feeling cool, embarrassed, happy, and guilty, all at the same time. Caselli asked calmly, what about Mr. Song Bai? We can set out at any time. I'll call him. Song Shuhang received the documents and turned around, waving his hand at the 3rd floor. After a moment, Senior White came down. Even if he was trying to keep his composure, he wasn't able to completely hide his excitement. It seemed that Senior White was more interested in planes rather than cars. When they went around driving, he wasn't this excited. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Please, get into the car. Caselli opened her pickup. The two men in suits put the cumbersome spacesuit into the trunk. Song Shuhang crawled into the back seat and stretched himself. Senior White also got in the car. When he was entering the car, he saw with the corner of the eye the spacesuit. Immediately after, he made an "Oh, now I understand" face. Senior White thought to himself, that's a spacesuit. Is little friend Shuhang planning to go to space? What to do now? For the past few days, Senior White was trying to rectify his mistakes after destroying the brakes with excessive speed and breaking the steering wheel of the car. When taking flight lessons, he had decided to properly learn the theory first, thoroughly understanding how to pilot a plane. Moreover, he had decided not to engrave any formation on the plane. And he had even decided to keep in check his urge to dismantle it. In other words, he didn't want to create any trouble for Song Shuhang this time. At most, he could have waited till he was adept at piloting and engrave all the formations and runes he wanted when he was by himself to joyfully soar into the skies. Venerable White had made up his mind in these past few days. Given Senior White's strength, if he had made up his mind, he would surely be able to control himself. But now, he saw a spacesuit in the trunk. Senior White blinked. Little friend Song Shuhang wants to fly in space. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After Senior White got into the car, Caselli started up the pickup, heading toward Jiangshui Civil Aviation Training Center. On the road, Song Shuhang was sitting erect, secretly revolving his true self-meditation scripture to optimize his condition. Moreover, the spirit-binding ice bead hanging around his neck was helping him keep his mind clear. He wanted to be in his best condition. With that, let alone getting out of the atmosphere, even if Senior White were to suddenly land their plane on the moon, he wouldn't be surprised. At this time, Venerable White probed, that thing in the trunk is a spacesuit, right? Is it yours? Ahaha, yes. Song Shuhang had a smile on his face as he said, I personally asked Senior Yellow Mountain to prepare it for me. When I was a kid, I really liked astronauts. And since we're taking flight lessons, I suddenly remembered it. Therefore, I asked Senior Yellow Mountain to prepare one for me to fulfill my childhood dream. Song Shuhang had no alternatives but lie. After all, he was a good-hearted person. He couldn't bring himself to say cruel words such as, Senior White, I was afraid that you would send the plane into space and asked for a spacesuit just in case. Oh. Senior White secretly nodded. It seems that little friend Song Shuhang really likes astronauts. After all, even the vast Earth was full of mysteries, let alone the boundless space. It was not strange for people to be curious about it. Little friend Shuhang, do you like space? Venerable White asked. Yes, I think everyone is a little interested in space, said Song Shuhang after thinking a bit. He was rather interested in black holes, comets, meteorites, moons, and other mysterious things found in space. If you had the possibility, would you like to visit space? Venerable White asked. At the same time, he was starting to get restless and was ready to make trouble. Song Shuhang was taken aback. Wait. There is something wrong with the direction this conversation is taking. Why does it seem that I want to go to space? This won't do. I must tactfully tell Senior White that I'm not interested in going to space for the time being. After thinking for a bit, Song Shuhang tactfully said, if there is an opportunity later, I don't mind going to space. However, I can't for the time being. Even if I have a spacesuit, I can't stay there for too long. What you said is also reasonable. Senior White nodded. After seeing Senior White's reaction, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Senior White had given up on the idea of going to space. It seems I just dodged a calamity. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, Caselli, who was sitting on the front seat, heaved a sigh. Rich men were really different. When others were still thinking of enjoying themselves with planes, those that were truly rich had already set their eyes on space. One couldn't help but envy them. As she was thinking this, she secretly shot a look at the man named Song Bai. He was really handsome. Even if Eastern and Western people had different concepts of beauty, this man named Song Bai was so handsome that he had broken through this concept. How wonderful would it be if I could become his girlfriend? Caselli secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ah? Wait! Since when did I change into such a woman? I just met him, and we haven't even talked, and yet, I'm acting as if I fell in love with him at first sight. It seems I woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. Caselli forcefully suppressed her weird thoughts. However, she would still shoot a look at Senior White through the rearview mirror of the car from time to time. To tell the truth, Caselli was lucky that Senior White had learned to control his charm. If this were the pre-seclusion Senior White, just by seeing him strolling on the streets, many girls would madly fall in love with him, refusing to marry anyone else. Even weak-willed female cultivators were unable to resist Senior White's charm. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The Jiangshui Civil Aviation Training Center was located in the outskirts of the city. It occupied a vast area. Caselli brought Song Shuhang and Venerable White into the training center. There were several huge airstrips at the back. This one was only one of the several airstrips that the training center possessed. 6 small private helicopters were parked here. I'll bring you to the theoretical lesson first and make you try a flight simulator afterward. Once you're familiar with it, you can choose the model you wish to pilot. We'll put the runway in order and ready it for your use. Caselli explained with a smile. Caselli had to spend a lot of time to find a courageous flight instructor willing to teach 2 complete newbies how to fly a plane. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, The Champion of the Riding Sword Competition Who Loves to Race on Flying Swords. Chapter 214, The Champion of the Riding Sword Competition Who Loves to Race on Flying Swords. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. Aircraft were different from flying swords. Flying swords were convenient and fast. You just got to prepare a flying sword and chant the sword formula, creating a layer of light above the flying sword. Thereafter, you just got to step on it and fly however you want. Flying horizontally, flying vertically, flying backwards, flying upside down, it didn't matter. Additionally, regardless of whether it was windy or rainy, or if there was lightning or snow, none of that would affect the flight of the flying sword. But it was different for an aircraft. An aircraft was greatly affected by all kinds of external environmental factors. Apart from those, there were also rules set by human beings that restrained the freedom of the flight of an airplane. Song Shuhang and Senior White were both sitting in the classroom, listening to the instructor explaining some of the basic knowledge with regards to piloting an aircraft. For instance, he mentioned the calculations of the data pertaining to takeoff and landing, loading and trimming calculations, not forgetting the acquisition and analysis of basic weather information. There was also aviation code of conduct for flying, or airspace analysis of flight training area and airfield, as well as all kinds of light indicators used on the airfield. A lot of basic knowledge, etc. The instructor compressed and summarized all the information and content that ordinary people generally required many days to memorize and learn, and explained it to Song Shuhang and Senior White at an incredibly fast speed. About more than an hour later, after the instructor had finished his lecture, he drank some water and said, "Those are more or less the general theory and knowledge of flying." Truth to be told, after explaining so much content within approximately an hour or so caused him to feel dizzy and lightheaded. He didn't fully believe that Song Shuhang and Venerable White were able to grasp all the above-mentioned basic knowledge. Well, in any case, he was just going through the motions. The two people before his eyes had already gotten their pilot license. Yeah, it sounds easy. Just that there are too many regulations and restrictions of all kinds. Senior White kept the few theoretical knowledge books in his hands and nodded. There is no way around the restrictions. There are so many airplanes in the sky that, without proper management, accidents might happen. And when accidents happen, it basically would be a narrow escape from death. However, theoretical knowledge is rather simple. The flight regulations are just purely memory work. Song Shuhang smiled as he replied. "You're right." Venerable White nodded. The instructor overheard Shuhang and Senior White's conversation and sipped on his cup of tea as he secretly sneered, "B*TCH, please, these two fellas are still showing off." The main points covered within the 1 hour plus lecture were enough to make him dizzy and lightheaded. There was no way these two fellas could have understood them all. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The remaining process was rather simple. After all, Song Shuhang and Senior White were not there to get their license, but to learn how to operate aircraft and circle one round in the sky. Hence, a few complicated and minor details were eradicated. Thanks to Caselli's arrangements, under the one-to-one guidance with the flying instructor, Song Shuhang and Senior White first learned some basic instrument operations, flight charts, and cognitive applications of radar in the flight simulator. And then, under the lead of the instructor who was a brave man with big rewards promised, and a daredevil who was not afraid of death, Song Shuhang and Senior White got onto the Flying Academy's helicopter. Song Shuhang operated the helicopter first, with Senior White sitting at the back, learning. During takeoff, Song Shuhang's heart was very nervous. An aircraft couldn't be compared to a car, so if anything happened, it would be the end. The flying instructor sat next to him, guiding him. There was nothing much to be said at the start. As long as he did not rise above 1,000 meters, he was allowed to do whatever he wanted. Truth be told, it was not only Song Shuhang who was nervous. The flying instructor was even more nervous as he knew that the two fellas next to him were people loaded with money that allowed them to play with fire. They just learned the theory behind flying an aircraft, and they actually immediately operated one on the same day. If not because he was really in need of money, who would ever be willing to accompany these two fellas to play with their lives? However, when the helicopter took off, the flying instructor was a little surprised, even though Song Shuhang looked rigid, and you could tell with one look that he was an amateur who was operating a helicopter for the first time. He did not make any mistakes during the process. He might be trembling with fear, but all was going rather smoothly. After operating the helicopter and circling one big round in the air, the flying instructor unexpectedly could not find any fault with any part of his operation. Did this dude already learn how to fly before, and is just here to mess with me? The flying instructor secretly glanced at Song Shuhang, just like car racers taking normal Class C driving lessons. Right, even if one has money, and loves the adrenaline rush from playing with fire, he wouldn't go to the extent of treating his life as a joke, no? Maybe this young man who's called Shuhang and that man who's called Song Bai had already operated other types of aircraft, and this time they want to master the techniques of operating private planes. Thinking this way made the flying instructor's heart a lot calmer. If that was the case, then old Liu and him would have benefited. Old Liu was another flying instructor who was also a daredevil unafraid of death in the face of huge rewards. After continuing to circle another round in the air, the flying instructor gave Song Shuhang the command to land. Song Shuhang carefully operated the aircraft and descended in the direction of the airfield. Even though comparing to a flying sword, it was much more inconvenient in several ways, but it won in terms of sense of security. Song Shuhang realized that he himself actually enjoys such the feeling, extremely superb. After the helicopter landed steadily, the flying instructor jumped out of it and ran to the other instructor who was unafraid of death and said, "Old Liu, I just got done with one session on my side. In a while, I will take the other student for another session, and then get the 2 students to go to your side to try operating business jets. Are you ready?" As he was speaking, he secretly went next to old Liu and said, "Old Liu, let me tell you, I can't say for sure, but maybe these 2 students had already operated other types of aircraft. They aren't entirely amateurs. They seem pretty familiar with piloting. This time the 2 of us have really profited." "Oh." Old Liu replied in an emotionless way, as though his mind was at somewhere else. "Old Liu, what's wrong?" The helicopter instructor was puzzled. "Oh? Li Jr., nothing's wrong. I'm fine." Old Liu snapped out of his thoughts, with tears streaming down his whole face. Earlier on, he was the instructor who did a one-to-one session with Venerable White inside the flight simulator, and spent a rather long time with Venerable White alone. Hence, he got affected and developed doubts with regards to his own outlook on life. "Old Liu, don't let your mind wander again, it's very dangerous. I will bring the other student to go on another session. During that time, you should adjust your state of mind back to normal." Li Jr. gave old Liu some words of advice, then turned back around and prepared to take Venerable White to circle the helicopter in the air. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Thereafter, when instructor Li Jr. turned around to go back to the helicopter, he suddenly saw the student called Song Shuhang in the midst of putting on an extremely thick and heavy spacesuit. What the F***CK, what is he up to? What I'm teaching is how to operate a helicopter and not a space shuttle. We can't go up into space. What's the meaning of you wearing a spacesuit? Also, the weather is so hot, does this student have a brain fade? Or does he have a brain fade? Or is it us a brain fade? Song Shuhang could feel the instructor staring at him and laughed hollowly. "Yeah, ha ha ha. Instructor, you don't have to care about me. I just couldn't help but want to experience being an astronaut. Just ignore me, that will do." However, when instructor Li Jr. saw Song Shuhang's outfit, he still felt much unhappiness and a heaviness in his chest. On the other hand, Venerable White was staring at Song Shuhang's spacesuit in a curious manner. His face looked as though his interest was piqued and had the facial expression that seemed to be saying, "I want to try it too." "Aircraft inspection complete, no problem. You can take off now." At this time, the member in charge of inspecting the flight called out. Senior White was very excited and got onto the helicopter in a hurry. Even though Song Shuhang's outfit was very heavy, he managed to climb agilely onto the back seat of the helicopter. Song Shuhang at that moment looked really huge, and filled up the back seat the minute he got onto the helicopter. "Ha ha ha." Song Shuhang hollowly laughed out of embarrassment. Luckily, he had the spirit-binding ice bead, or else he would have died from the heat. Instructor Li Jr. once again stared at Song Shuhang for a long time. After getting onto the aircraft, his heart started to get worried again and kept beating really fast. You can take off, just follow the same steps as student Song Shuhang did the previous time, make sure you don't go higher than 1,000 meters. No problem, replied Venerable White. Compared to Song Shuhang, Venerable White was a lot more stable. Even though he had not operated any aircraft before, Venerable White had many years of experience flying around. He was very familiar with being in the sky. Hence, when Venerable White operated the helicopter, he did not look like a newbie, he practically looked like an experienced pilot that had 10 years of various kinds of experience under his belt. After Instructor Lee Jr. scrutinized Venerable White, his heart was completely at ease. Wah-aha, this time, he had really profited. He dared to bet $10 that this Song Bai was definitely not a newbie. The aviation school spent a huge sum of money to ensure that old Liu and him take care of this pair of newbies, and even got premium insurance for them. Initially, he thought that he had to risk his life to complete his mission, but little did he expect that it would be 100 times more relaxed than coaching ordinary students. If such missions were called a high-risk mission, then let these high-risk mission get fiercer. He was more than willing to take on the challenge. Yeah, of course, there was still something that made Instructor Lee Jr. uneasy, and that was the huge lump behind him, the Song Shuhang, whose whole body was enclosed within the spacesuit. No matter how you look at it, it still seemed wrong. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The world of cultivators has always been hidden within the real world, but cultivators did not isolate themselves from it. They have always been keeping up with the times. Ordinary people have the Olympics, Asian Games, and other large-scale sports competitions, etc. There were also such competitions within the world of cultivators. For example, there was a large-scale flying sword competition that was held once every 10 years in different parts of the world, selected at random. It was very well known. Flying sword competition, as the name implies, was a competition of speed and skills. There were all kinds of traps and obstacles, as well as obstructing formations, the person who gets to the end point the fastest won. The competition field was split into 3 different categories based on the different rankings of the cultivators, namely 4th stage riding sword competition, 5th stage flying sword competition, and 6th stage sword flight competition. As for 7th stage spiritual venerable cultivators and above, they were usually the big shots, and there were only a few of them. Additionally, they have been in seclusion for several hundred years. They didn't have the means of joining such big flying sword competitions. Moonset Sword Sect's Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong made quite a name for himself in the world of cultivators. He was a 4th stage riding sword 3-time champion. Based just solely on speed of his flying sword, he had already surpassed many ordinary 5th stage spiritual emperors. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong had already dominated the riding sword competition 3 times in a row. His goal was to clinch another championship for the 4th stage riding sword competition before he got promoted to a 5th stage spiritual emperor, and complete the impressive feat of dominating the competition 4 times in a row. For the sake of this goal, he had been working really hard on the flying sword evasion technique recently. 3 days ago, Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong had gone from the eastern part of China to the westernmost part of China in one go, and followed the original route home. En route, he kept looking for all kinds of airfields and air bases. As for why he looked for such locations, it was because Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong had one huge hobby in all of his life, that is flying sword racing. Furthermore, he liked to race with all kinds of aircraft. Every time, he would fly next to an airplane, and then, in a spurt of energy, overtake the airplane. That kind of psychological pleasure was his ultimate love. Besides, ordinary people couldn't see him, so he could race to his heart's content. Today, he found an air base. Jiangshui Civil Aviation Training Center? Oh, so it's not an air base. But if they are students, they're probably gonna be pretty slow. Forget it, it's still better than nothing. I didn't even see a single aircraft on my way here. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong secretly sighed. He waited on the airfield for half a day, and finally, a helicopter slowly rose into the air. It's finally coming? Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong laughed. A pity it was a small private helicopter, and its speed wouldn't be anywhere as fast as he wanted it to be. He could only make do with it to satisfy his craving. he waited till the helicopter took off and completed increasing its initial speed. Then, Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong rode his flying sword and zoomed right next to the helicopter. He first flew directly beside the helicopter. That was his habit, the process of flying side by side with the aircraft for a while, and then charging ahead in a spurt of energy, ditching the aircraft far behind till it could not be seen at all. It was simply hard to explain that kind of thrill with words alone. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Eh? When Song Shuhang, who was sitting in the back seat of the helicopter, turned and looked at the window, he suddenly saw a figure of a person. A human silhouette in the air? Hey, it couldn't be a cultivator riding his flying sword, right? Song Shuhang had already opened his eye aperture, hence he could see a lot of things that ordinary people wouldn't be able to, such as ghosts, monsters, and cultivators who ride flying swords. However, these things were rarely seen in the city. Apart from Dudu at home, Song Shuhang had never seen a second monster beast. Cultivators riding their flying swords were also a rare sight. Under normal circumstances, cultivators fly at an extremely high altitude, hence they couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Thus, it was really rare today that he actually saw a senior riding a flying sword, moving together with a helicopter next to him. Just as Song Shuhang was deep in thoughts, suddenly, that cultivator that was flying next to the helicopter pulled a face at the people inside it. Thereafter, the senior cultivator did a running starting position pose on the layer of light above the flying sword, stooped, and with his butt protruding. His mouth started crying out, "Ready tilde tilde 1, 2, 3. After the word 3, the sword light zoomed right ahead, its speed as fast as lightning. It was as though the sound of the word 3 continued to echo in his ear, but the cultivator riding on the sword had already become a black dot as big as the pointed part of a fingernail. What does this mean? Song Shuhang was baffled. It was a provocation. Venerable White laughed as his gaze became sharp. Provocation? Wait! Song Shuhang suddenly felt uneasy. He immediately said, "Senior, could it be that you were mistaken? Perhaps he was just minding his business and passing by?" Upon hearing their conversation, Instructor Lee Jr. sitting next to them was very baffled. What exactly did their conversation even mean? Why was it that he could understand it when he analyzed their words separately, but when they were put together, he could not comprehend it at all? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, A Supersonic Helicopter. Chapter 215, A Supersonic Helicopter. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. At this moment, the flying instructor Lee Jr. had a slight misconception. It seemed like the two students and himself belonged to two different worlds. Both their thoughts seemed to be totally unconventional. Shuhang. Venerable White's gaze became sharp as he replied in a serious manner, "It isn't important whether or not he was provoking us. In cultivation, there are a lot of difficulties. It's like a boat going against the current. If you don't improve, you'll fall behind. Hence, in one's path to cultivation, we must not lag behind others. Thus, no matter what, we cannot fall behind." Senior, what you said is right, but aren't those principles related to cultivation? What have they got to do with the other party racing on a flying sword and overtaking us? Furthermore, the flying instructor Lee Jr. is still next to us. Is it really all right to discuss problems related to cultivators so openly? Just as he was thinking about it, Song Shuhang saw instructor Lee Jr. glance at Venerable White with a face full of bewilderment and digging his ear from time to time before having his face turn white soon after. Ah! Song Shuhang immediately understood. Senior White used a soundproof technique against instructor Lee Jr., isolating him from their conversation. At this moment, the instructor Lee Jr. could see Venerable White's lips moving, but could not hear anything. No, not just his own voice, he could not even hear the rumbling sound made by the helicopter propellers as they turned. What's happening? What exactly is happening? The instructor Lee Jr. panicked. He used all his strength to dig his ears, but he still could not hear any sound. He slapped his cheeks, but the sound could not be heard. I'm deaf? Why? I was undoubtedly fine a minute ago. Why am I suddenly deaf? Lee Jr. tried as hard as he could to recall what happened earlier on, but he couldn't recall anything. Don't panic, calm down. As an outstanding flying instructor, Lee Jr. had a strong heart. Could it be that I'm dreaming? He pinched his own thigh hard, very painful. I ain't having a nightmare. Lee Jr.'s face turned white. After a long time, he sighed, thank God, from now on, I will never have to hear the dull rumble of the helicopter propeller ever again, because I am completely F***king deaf. If he's deaf, he can't be a flying instructor. He would have to say goodbye to his high-paying job, flying instructor, and go on another career path. The only thing to be happy about was that before this flight, he received a generous remuneration. But he was still unable to be too happy about it. Just when Instructor Lee Jr. was preoccupied with letting his imagination run wild, Senior White already started to make his move. At this time, he used one hand to continue operating the aircraft, and used his other hand's finger like a pen to draw, a very complicated formation that looked a lot more advanced than the one he engraved on the car a couple days back. The more complicated it got, the more insecure and uneasy Song Shuhang became. He knew that, at this moment, there was no way to persuade Senior White anymore. Senior White, later when you race, please be gentle. Also, please do not ever forget, there is an ordinary human being next to you. Song Shuhang stared at the instructor Lee Jr. Instructor, I can only help you so much. Don't worry, even if the helicopter falls apart, nothing will happen to this instructor. I can guarantee his safety, I am after all a 7th stage spiritual venerable. Senior White laughed heartily and did a thumbs up. After this ends, I will erase his memory, he won't remember anything that happened during this incident. There wouldn't even be any psychological impact, there is absolutely no problem. Song Shuhang secretly stroked his chest, man, his heart was beating really fast. But this time, the reason why his heart was beating fast was not because of Senior White's charm, but because of his words, helicopter falls apart. He couldn't help but replay the scenes of planes going missing on television before his eyes. This helicopter wouldn't really fall apart, right? Ha ha, done! This is a new formation that I recently came up with after much research. It's combining invisibility, soundproofing, energy isolation, anti-detection into one formation. With this formation, the helicopter would not be seen by ordinary human beings, and would not be detected by radar and such. Ha 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 ha, said Senior White happily. How frightening, when did Senior White secretly carried out the research and came up with a new formation? Subsequently, Senior White engraved a second formation on the helicopter. As he was engraving it, he took the time to also explain, and then, this another formation is one that exponentially increases speed. This is an upgraded edition that was created based on altering your Green Breeze speed boost. After the changes I made, this formation can allow for up to 10 times the speed. Not bad, huh? 10 times the speed? Senior White, what kind of dangerous stuff have you been researching on? Song Shuhang secretly calculated, the speed of the Aviation Academy's private helicopter wasn't that fast, approximately 150 to 170 km per hour. If the speed was 10 times faster, it would become about 1,500 to 1,700 km per hour. And then, if we calculate the speed of sound, it should be about 1,224 km per hour. That is to say that, if Senior White activated the formation to its maximum ability and increased the speed by 10 times, this ordinary helicopter would have broken through the sound barrier and reached a supersonic speed, provided that this poor machine was sturdy enough to withstand it, that is. Falling apart seemed to be inevitable, unless Senior White added another formation to strengthen the body of the helicopter, making it firm and stable. However, Senior White did not seem to have any intention to increase its sturdiness. After he finished drawing the formation of the improved version of the Green Breeze speed boost, he swung his arm and ended the formation engravement. Let's increase the speed. Thereafter, Senior White accelerated the helicopter, and proficiently increased its speed to the maximum. The instructor Lee Jr. beside him immediately panicked, even though he could not hear anything right now, he was not blind. Through the speedometer on the helicopter, he could see that its speed was increasing rapidly, and very soon reached 170 kilometers per hour. The helicopter's propellers were spinning at lightning speed, and the helicopter's body started making creaky sounds, as though saying that it couldn't withstand the speed. No, Student Song Bai, during the trial, you cannot accelerate to such a high speed, hurry and stop what you're doing. Furthermore, we cannot continue flying ahead, hurry and turn back. If you fly mindlessly and we enter a no-fly zone by any chance, we would be done for, shouted Instructor Lee Jr. Who knows what will happen when we enter a no-fly zone? Perhaps it's a free ticket to have a taste of a surface-to-air missile, sending us back to the resurrection point where we reincarnate and rebirth. Don't worry, there is no problem. Venerable White gave the Instructor Lee Jr. a thumbs up. Because, with him around, nobody would be able to discover this aircraft. As he was speaking, Venerable White started to channel his spiritual energy into the formation on the helicopter. The 3-in-1 invisible formation got activated, and this ordinary helicopter became a high-end invisible helicopter within the blink of an eye. The naked eye of an ordinary human being was unable to see its true invisible form. Ordinary human beings were also unable to hear the sound it made. Regardless of whether it was a radar or an even higher-tech air defense equipment, they were all unable to detect its existence. Thereafter, Senior White once again channeled his spiritual energy into the Green Breeze Speed Boost Stronger Edition formation. 2 times faster. The helicopter that had originally hit its speed limit actually managed to increase its speed by quite a bit. The creaky sounds made by the chassis got more pronounced. The Instructor Lee Jr. could not hear these sounds, but he saw on the meter of the airplane that its speed was already off the charts. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that the speed of the helicopter was still rising. What's the matter? What exactly was happening? He glanced doubtfully at Venerable White, but his face was calm and composed. With a tinge of excitement in his eyes, he was unable to tell if anything unusual was happening by looking at him. Thereafter, he turned his head to look at Song Shuhang, who was in his spacesuit. Through the transparent faceplate, he could see Song Shuhang was forcing a smile and shrugging his shoulders at him. Did something really happen? Did Student Song Shuhang wear the spacesuit in preparation for such a situation? Student Song Bai, let's return to base and land. The Instructor Lee Jr. turned his head back and shouted at Venerable White. No matter what happened, it is not too late to go back now. In any case, we should land first and return to the Aviation Academy's airfield and talk later. Venerable White shook his head and rejected his request. F*CK. Instructor Lee Jr. clenched his teeth and prepared to forcefully take control of the helicopter, then land the plane under his control. At this time, Venerable White gently pointed his finger towards him. Thereafter, Instructor Lee Jr.'s entire body sat limply back on the chair. It was as though someone pressed his acupoint. He couldn't move from the neck down. He could only stare blankly at the meter of the helicopter and the scenery outside the window. Oh, he could still turn his head to admire Venerable White's good looks. What's happening? What exactly is happening? Instructor Lee Jr.'s brain had already started to crash. Even if he had a strong heart, facing such a supernatural technique which only appeared in wuxia films, it was simply game over for him. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Too slow. Too slow. Venerable White complained. At this rate, they would be unable to overtake the fella stepping on a flying sword who provoked them earlier. If they got ditched too far behind, it would be an utter embarrassment. Shuhang, get ready, let's directly increase the speed to X10, said Venerable White. Shuhang immediately grabbed onto the helicopter tightly, his entire body tensed up. At the same time, he carefully observed Instructor Lee Jr.'s condition, hoping that he could be of some help to him at crucial moments. At this time, Venerable White channeled in huge amounts of spiritual energy into the formation in one breath, and increased the speed to X10. In an instant, the speed of this ordinary helicopter got forcefully increased to a supersonic speed of 1,500 kilometers per hour. And then, a beautiful vapor cone formed in the surroundings of the helicopter. Such a pretty vapor cone, Instructor Lee Jr. inwardly expressed his admiration. No, wait. Vapor cone? Your mother, is there something wrong with my vision? Instructor Lee Jr. stared blankly at the scene that was only seen in flying videos. Surpassing the speed of sound and engaging in supersonic flight, this was the dream shared by many pilots craving for speed. Lee Jr. was still young. He definitely had fantasized that, one day, the plane he piloted would surpass the speed of sound and reach supersonic speed. Today, his wish seemed to have been fulfilled. But how was this possible? The flight speed now had to be faster than that of sound. It's just a helicopter, how could it accomplish a flight at a speed that surpasses that of sound? This doesn't make sense. I'm sure this is just a hallucination, right? Furthermore, if an ordinary helicopter indeed surpassed the speed of sound, then terrible problems would follow immediately after. Creak, clang, tilde, tilde. At this time, the helicopter made sounds that suggested it was falling apart. The part that started breaking apart was the propellers above. They were entirely broken apart. However, this was just the start of a catastrophe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, you think you can reach space with a helicopter? Laughable. Chapter 216, you think you can reach space with a helicopter? Laughable. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. I want to fly at supersonic speed one day. I would be able to die without regrets at that point. This was Instructor Lee Jr.'s dream. Today, God seemed to have been in a good mood and decided to fulfill both of his wishes. The first wish was to fly at supersonic speed while flying an aircraft. The second one was to die without regrets. The first one was already fulfilled. As for the second, it would be fulfilled soon. Lee Jr. was about to cry. He could see that the propeller of the helicopter was already gone, and the windshield also broke due to pressure when they surpassed the speed of sound. The fuselage had also started to peel off, quickly flying away. And this was only what Lee Jr. could see. If he could turn his head and look behind, he would notice that there was a scene from one of those movie scenes where the helicopter was about to explode going on. The tail was in pieces, sparks were flying everywhere, and smoke was rising. At this time, the helicopter had the shape of a semicircle, with a great part of its fuselage already in shambles. Since it had sustained too much damage, the helicopter started to lose momentum. For instance, its speed wasn't supersonic anymore. Earlier, the helicopter had been so fast that all the pieces that had fallen off had long disappeared. Instructor Lee Jr. painfully closed his eyes. Before boarding the aircraft, he had signed a contract that would allow his family to receive a large sum of money if something were to happen to him. And, before getting on the helicopter, he had already made up his mind and was ready to give up his life for this task. But now that he was at death's door, Instructor Lee Jr. was scared less. He discovered that his resolution wasn't that strong after all. Even if he was prepared to face death, in his heart, he thought that the real chance of something happening was rather low. And now that he was going to die for real, all his courage from before had disappeared. Instructor Lee Jr. started to cry bitterly. "Mom, I don't want to die. Ooh-wah. I'm still young, I don't want to die like this." Even if a man cries, he won't let others see it. But the helicopter is about to crash, who cares about face at this point? Let me cry to my heart's content. Therefore, Instructor Lee Jr. started to weep copiously. "TSK aircraft are frailer than what I thought," said Senior White, somewhat disgruntled. Then, invisible sword chi suddenly erupted from his body. The sword chi directly melted the broken windshield. Yep, it wasn't smashed into pieces, but melted instead. It disappeared without trace. Afterward, the sword chi spread in all directions. Song Shuhang and Instructor Lee Jr. couldn't see it, but all the parts of the helicopter that had fallen off, such as the propeller, tail, and some pieces of the fuselage, were hit by the invisible sword chi and destroyed. With that, these pieces of the helicopter wouldn't bring harm to the people on the ground. At the same time, a protective barrier spread from Senior White's body and covered the remaining parts of the helicopter, acting both as windshield and fuselage. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, Song Shuhang took off the helmet of his spacesuit and gave it to the pitiful Instructor Lee Jr. He also gave him his portable life support system so as to prevent him from dying due to lack of oxygen. Instructor Lee Jr. raised his head with great difficulty and shot a grateful glance at Song Shuhang, but he still heaved a sigh. What was the point of giving him the helmet? The helicopter was just too damaged, and they would soon crash to the ground. It's over. Let us meet in heaven. After squeezing out these last few words, Instructor Lee Jr. inclined his head and fainted. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, that's also fine. When he wakes up, he can just consider it a nightmare, Song Shuhang muttered. Then, he looked at the ruined helicopter and heaved a sigh of relief. With the aircraft in this condition, they wouldn't be able to keep flying. As a result, the race between Senior White and that other guy could only be put on hold, right? Song Shuhang advised, Senior, we can't keep flying without the propeller. We should evacuate from the helicopter. Senior White didn't reply. He wasn't willing to give up. Song Shuhang pushed his persuasive abilities to the limit and kept trying to convince him, the fault lies with the helicopter, not with us. Therefore, we didn't lose any face even if we were left behind. If we had better aircraft, we could have surpassed him with ease. This helicopter was too frail. Had I known earlier, I would have chosen a fighter jet. Senior White sighed with emotion. It's all right. We can learn to fly a fighter jet the next time. So, how about giving up this time and evacuating from the helicopter? Song Shuhang secretly clenched his fists. It seemed that he had almost managed to convince Senior White. You're right, but we shouldn't give up until it's really over. Senior White's tone suddenly changed and became fervent. Song Shuhang quickly tried to stop him. Senior, that's not it. Sometimes, giving up is also a sign of great courage. No, we haven't lost yet. Senior White got up from the pilot's seat. Afterward, he squatted down and started to draw several formations on the chassis of the helicopter. He drew them very quickly. It seemed he had used them quite a lot in the past. Song Shuhang also felt they were familiar. As the formation was being completed, Song Shuhang recognized it. Didn't Senior White use these runes to create his beloved the disposable flying sword 004? Previously, Senior White had casually engraved a formation on a tree branch, and after pouring his spiritual energy inside, it had magically turned into a flying sword. Senior White is planning to turn the remnants of this helicopter into a disposable flying sword 004. Isn't this too exaggerated? I mean, is something like this even possible? Changing a wooden branch into a disposable flying sword is already something unthinkable, but changing this huge helicopter into a disposable flying sword should be F***ck, it really changed. Yes. It changed, just like that. After Senior White drew the last rune, he clapped his hands, satisfied, and poured his spiritual energy inside the formation, completing the disposable flying sword 004. Afterward, the fuselage of the helicopter emitted a gentle buzzing sound, similar to the cry of a sword. Just as I thought, it wasn't difficult. Senior White clapped his hands satisfied. Shuhang, sit tight. We're ready for a second round. Song Shuhang quickly sat down and grabbed onto his seat. Venerable White activated a sword art and gently shouted, Go! Whiz! The helicopter shot forward. Even if it had lost its propeller and various other parts, this magically changed a supersonic helicopter dashed forward. Moreover, it was so fast that words weren't enough to describe it. Aha waha! Excellent! Venerable White was immensely pleased. Then, he poured his spiritual energy into the improved Green Breeze Speed Boost formation, 10x acceleration. The speed of the disposable flying sword aircraft edition increased once again. It quickly broke through the sound barrier with a boom. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh. I won't say anything else. I'll just let Senior White have fun. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong gradually slowed down. Even if he had managed to surpass the helicopter, he wasn't too happy. It had been just too slow for him. It was rather disappointing. In the end, a helicopter can only reach 150 kilometers per hour at best. However, those guys inside the aircraft were rather interesting, especially the one wearing a spacesuit. Does he think he can go to space with a helicopter? Ahaha, that dude was just too funny. Forget it. I should go and look for an Air Force base. That race with the supersonic fighter from the last time was the best. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong stretched himself. He was planning to leave and look for someone to challenge. But at this time, he noticed that something was approaching from behind. He quickly turned his head and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. It was an aircraft, a helicopter to be precise. And it was coming toward him. Let's not talk about its speed for now. Let's examine its condition first. This aircraft had no propeller and no tail. Its fuselage was in ruins. It had no windshield, and there was still smoke coming from the place where the tail was supposed to be. How could this thing even keep flying? Moreover, it was flying very fast. Its speed was close to Mach 2. At this time, Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong wanted to shout at the helicopter, "On which physical law are you relying to fly in these conditions?" The helicopter quickly approached. When it came closer, Yang Yuxiong could finally see the people inside. A handsome man was sitting in the front, piloting the aircraft. Actually, there was nothing to pilot. The helicopter was in shambles, and most of its parts weren't even working. For some reason, there was also a man who fainted in the co-pilot seat. On the back seat, there was that guy in a spacesuit that had left a deep impression on him. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong and the handsome man looked at each other. Then, the handsome man laughed and crossed his hands. It was a hand seal used by cultivators. Yang Yuxiong was very familiar with this hand seal, because he had used it a lot himself. Explanation: this hand seal is used when two cultivators are racing with Ka flying swords. It doesn't have any particular profound meaning. It roughly means, you weaksha *t. If you have the courage, come and have a race with Daddy. In other words, it was a provocative hand seal. The man in the spacesuit on the back looked at Yang Yuxiong and shrugged his shoulders. Afterward, he awkwardly laughed. At $. You think you can surpass me? Bring it on. Yang Yuxiong coldly smiled. I'm the 3-time champion of the riding sword competition, Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong. Yang Yuxiong prepared himself and waited for that strange helicopter to come closer. Then, once it was closer, and they were on the same starting line, he shouted out loud and used all his strength to push the flying sword forward. I'll show you the power of the 3-time champion of the riding sword competition. You'll soon understand the difference in speed between the two of us. Wait, what? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217, Shu Hang, should I teach you the turtle breathing technique? Chapter 217, Shu Hang, should I teach you the turtle breathing technique? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Wait, what? What's happening? The Grand 3-time champion of the riding sword competition, Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong, waited till he and the helicopter were side by side. Afterward, he pushed the flying sword forward with all his strength, starting the second round with this weird helicopter. But just as they were side by side, that weird helicopter accelerated once again, putting a distance of 700 meters between them. And, in an instant, the distance increased to several kilometers. This scene was somewhat familiar. It was identical to the scene where Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong had shaken off Venerable White's helicopter. Yang Yuxiong could faintly make out the silhouette of the handsome man, waving at himself satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Yang Yuxiong wasn't angry, but started to laugh instead. That's it. Surpassing your previous speed could only be considered as a warm-up. but against your current speed, I need to get a little serious." As he finished speaking, he made a hand seal and activated a sword art. The layer of light under his feet coiled up, changing into a small hurricane. He was called Hurricane Sword because he excelled at wind-type techniques. Lightning and wind-based techniques granted you the highest speed while using a flying sword. The strong point of lightning-type techniques was their sudden explosive power, while wind-type ones showcased greater endurance, capable of sustaining high speed for longer periods of time. A hurricane appeared on the sword, and Yang Yuxiong assumed a surfing posture. The sword light flashed through the sky, and he started pursuing Venerable White as fast as the wind. The cold atmospheric wind was blowing against his face and scattering his hair in all directions, making him look even more handsome. In only 5 breaths, he had caught up with the helicopter. Song Shuhang, who was sitting in the helicopter, looked at the faraway Yang Yuxiong. He was envious. This was how you were supposed to ride a flying sword. A cultivator that was stepping on the flying sword must either have his hands clasped behind his back, giving off the image of a powerful expert, or surf the sword with a cool and overbearing posture. Having the wind caress his face, with long hair dancing in the air and clothes faintly fluttering, was also fine. So beautiful! This was the way Song Shuhang wanted to ride a flying sword. However, whenever he was able to ride a flying sword, his style would always be horrible. In particular, when Senior White used his person delivering flying sword, and he was lying on the sword face down. Even if the cultivator was handsome, he wouldn't look cool if he were to lie like a dead frog on the sword. Instead, it would be a stain on their reputation. Just as he was thinking, Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong caught up to them. "Ha ha! You have some skill after all." Senior White praised and nodded. "However, you're still too inexperienced." Senior White stretched his hand and made a hand seal. Then, he casually activated a sword art, Heavenly Peng's flying technique. The Heavenly Peng's flying technique was a very common sword technique in the world of cultivators, to the point that almost every cultivator owned a volume of this technique. But even if it was widespread, it wasn't a technique that could be taken lightly. In the ancient times, the Heavenly Peng's flying technique was hailed as one of the 9 miraculous flying techniques of the divine beasts. Even if the technique that spread in the outer world was not the complete version, at least amongst 4th-stage techniques, there was hardly one that could surpass it. The only shortcoming was that it was too difficult to learn. Even if everyone in the world of cultivators had a volume each, the number of people that had perfectly mastered it was less than 100. When the Heavenly Peng's flying technique was activated, 2 golden wings appeared on both sides of the helicopter's fuselage. Then, the wings of the Heavenly Peng gently flapped. The speed of the helicopter increased once more. After several whizzy sounds, it left Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong in the dust again. F***CK, was that the Heavenly Peng's flying technique? Yang Yuxiong was scared by the sudden display of the technique. Afterward, he thought of another issue. The Heavenly Peng's flying technique is a sword technique. Then, that helicopter is actually a flying sword? This is destroying my view of the world. How can a flying sword change into that appearance? Whatever, since it has come to this, you have gained the qualifications to see my real strength. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong's blood was seething with excitement. If he were to surpass the Heavenly Peng's flying technique, only he alone would be worthy of winning the next session of the riding sword competition. I feel all the blood in my body seething with excitement. Yang Yuxiong raised his hands high and released all the true yuan in his body. Get a taste of my Moonlight's flying technique. The Moonlight's flying technique was one of the best flying techniques of the Moonset Sword School. Wherever the moonlight shines, our flying sword will go. This was the essence of the Moonlight's flying technique. Unfortunately, it was daytime now. If it were night and the moon was high in the sky, the speed of this technique would have been even faster. Yang Yuxiong laughed, self-satisfied. After using the technique, 2 crescent moons appeared near the hurricane on the flying sword. These crescent moons resembled small wings. Then, he dashed forward, as fast as lightning. This time, it took him a little longer. After 15 breaths, he was able to catch up to Senior White's helicopter. Senior, that guy is catching up with us. Song Shuhang turned his head and looked behind. The speed of that cultivator riding the flying sword was getting faster and faster. The size of his figure had changed from that of a small black dot to a fist. Hee. That kid isn't bad. Senior White couldn't help but gasp with admiration. To make this race fair, he had limited the speed of the Heavenly Peng's flying technique to the 4th stage. However, his opponent was still able to catch up this quickly. This speed had already reached that of a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Swish, swish, swish! Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong caught up once again and was now flying side by side with Venerable White. Then, somewhat self-satisfied, he said to Venerable White, "Fellow Daoist, I can increase my speed even further. How about you? Don't tell me that this is your limit." Venerable White shook his head and said, "No, I was just waiting for you." Ha ha ha, interesting. Do you want to say that you can go even faster? Then, bring it on. Let's see who is faster. Yang Yuxiong said, full of confidence. Since he had caught up to the Heavenly Peng's flying technique, he was now full of confidence. Amongst the youngsters I met recently, you are the one that can fly at the fastest speed. Therefore, I'll give you a reward. I'll let you experience the true speed of a flying sword firsthand. Venerable White said with a smile. That smile seemed to contain all the beautiful things of the world. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong couldn't help but stare blankly. And then, he saw the strange helicopter move once again. Its speed was incredibly fast. So fast that it couldn't be described with mere words. If he could be considered as fast as lightning at full speed, this strange helicopter had literally broken through space, teleporting away. After an instant, he could barely see it. And after another instant, he couldn't see it anymore. It had probably gone so far away that it was impossible for him to catch up to it anymore. This speed was so incredible that it almost made him feel despair. The difference between him and his opponent was the same as the one between heaven and earth. The true speed of a flying sword? Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong stood absent-mindedly on his flying sword and didn't move for a long time. Then, after 10 or so minutes, he sighed and said that Senior was incredible. The speed that he was so proud of was like that of a snail in front of the other party. However, Yang Yuxiong wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, a fire started to burn in his heart. Senior, one day, I'll also reach that speed. He shouted with all his strength to the empty sky. Then, he decided to return home. It was time to close up and reach the 5th stage spiritual emperor. He had already stayed in the 4th stage realm for a long time. He had intentionally suppressed his realm for the past few years to become the champion of the riding sword competition a 4th time. But after today, he decided to no longer slow down the speed of his cultivation. Becoming the champion of the competition for the 4th time had lost its appeal. He had a greater objective right now, and also a broader view. As for this new objective, it was to reach the same speed as that fearful senior from before. And, if there was an opportunity, he would like to have a race with him again. Last but not least. That senior's smile was really beautiful. All the junior and senior sisters I've seen aren't match for that senior. F***ck, what the hell was I just thinking? Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiong fiercely shook his head, trying to get that stupid idea out of his head. Let's get back and cultivate. Afterward, I'll learn a stronger flying technique. To catch up to that senior, I need to completely dominate the 5th stage flying sword competition. Yang Yuxiong declared his objective. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At the same time, in the disposable flying sword helicopter edition, a long ear-splitting scream echoed in the helicopter. However, it wasn't Song Shuhang's. Although he had a little acrophobia and had recently developed tachyphobia too, there was still the fuselage of the helicopter acting as protection. He wasn't too scared. The one that was screaming was Instructor Li Jr. While he was unconscious, Li Jr. suddenly felt a zero-gravity sensation that caused him to wake up. Then, he saw that the scenery outside was changing at an incredible speed. That zero-gravity feeling was due to the excessive speed of the helicopter. But this was only one of the reasons. The other reason was that the helicopter was flying upward. This was the real reason for the zero-gravity feeling felt by Instructor Lee Jr. Senior White frowned, dissatisfied. Then, he used his hand to hit Instructor Lee Jr. and made him pass out again. "Senior, should we go back home?" Song Shuhang quickly asked. They had already left that cultivator behind, and there was no way he would be able to catch up. "Aye." Senior White nodded. Song Shuhang said happily, "Then, we must look for a place to land." Senior White didn't immediately reply, but asked a question of his own. "I suddenly thought of teaching you a small technique. Do you want to learn it?" "Which technique?" Although he was confused as to why Senior White would suddenly want to teach him a new technique, if he had the opportunity to learn one, he would definitely accept. "It's the turtle breathing technique," Senior White said calmly. Song Shuhang. As soon as he heard the name of the technique, Song Shuhang had an awful premonition. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 218, We're Gonna Crash, Damn It, Senior's Distracted. Chapter 218, We're Gonna Crash, Damn It, Senior's Distracted. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. The turtle breathing technique was a technique easy to comprehend, and anyone can easily guess what it did by simply hearing its name. It was a technique that allowed a cultivator to decrease the number of times they had to breathe for a period of time. In the world of cultivators, there were various techniques related to lowering breath and heart rates. Even turtle breathing technique was divided into two different types: short-term turtle breathing technique and the long-term turtle breathing technique. Softfeather's senior brother, Liu Jianyi the Lazybones, practiced the long-term turtle breathing technique as hard as he could because he was too lazy to breathe. Now, he had reached the stage where he only had to breathe 2 to 3 times a month. As for the short-term turtle breathing technique, it uses magic to replace breathing within a short period of time. The stronger the power of the cultivator, the higher the efficacy of the technique. The flexibility of this technique was rather high. Once a low-level cultivator had the technique, he could enter underwater or underground places that lacked oxygen to carry out activities or go on an adventure. Alright, these ain't the problem. The problem is, why did Venerable White suddenly choose this timing to teach him the short-term turtle breathing technique? Song Shuhang panicked in his heart. Senior White's face was still as peaceful as before as he calmly asked, "How about it, do you want to learn it or not?" "Senior." Song Shuhang's face looked like he was in distress as he asked, "You can tell me directly, did something happen?" Venerable White turned his head around and smiled, "Yeah, if there are no mishaps, after we continue flying high up towards the sky, we will pass through the atmosphere and fly into space." Pass through the atmosphere and fly into space. His worst fears were coming true. "Senior White, can't we stop the flying sword?" "Based on your capability, stopping the flying sword isn't a problem, right?" Song Shuhang asked carefully. In reality, if it was just the two of them, even if they flew up to space, he would just accept it and resign himself to his fate. Besides, he was already wearing a spacesuit anyway. At most, he can take it as participating in a Senior White brings you on a space adventure for a day activity. But this time, they have an Instructor Lee Jr. with them and there was only one spacesuit. Wait, F***CK, is this why Senior White wants me to learn the turtle breathing technique? Is it because he wants me to give Instructor Lee Jr. my spacesuit and get me to use the turtle breathing technique? Song Shuhang's eyes started to water. You guessed right, you can give the spacesuit to Instructor Lee Jr. The master of mind reading. Venerable White still had a smile on just like before and gave him a thumbs up. He explained, "How should I put it, earlier when we were racing on the flying sword with that fella, we flew too fast and there's nothing we can do about the speed now, we can't stop. Of course, based on my capabilities, stopping the flying sword isn't a problem, but the fuselage of the helicopter is unable to withstand so much pressure, it will explode, which is no problem for me, but it's hard to say the same for you and Instructor Lee Jr. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. It's hard to say the same for you and Instructor Li Jr. Could it be you, Death? I understand, Senior. Song Shuhang said, please teach me the turtle breathing technique. At the same time, he removed the spacesuit on his body and gave it to the pitiful Li Jr. to wear. He felt rather apologetic towards the instructor for dragging him into this unexpected calamity. Hopefully, when things have ended and after Senior White performs a brainwashing operation on him, it would allow him to forget this traumatic experience and continue living his life happily. No worries, with me around, going to space wouldn't pose any danger. I am a 7th stage spiritual venerable. Senior White reassured him. Truth to be told, Senior White lied. Yeah, he said a white lie. Based on his capabilities, even if the speed of a helicopter-style disposable flying sword was 10 times faster than the speed it was going at the moment, if he wanted to stop the flying sword, he could do it with just a thought. Furthermore, it would definitely stop in a steady and stable manner. It's just that Venerable White thought of the spacesuit on Song Shuhang's body, and his conversation with Song Shuhang prior to getting onto the helicopter. Song Shuhang has always wanted to go to space, right? Additionally, because of his admiration for astronauts, he couldn't help but don a spacesuit when he sat in the helicopter, wanting to experience what it's like to be an astronaut. Even though he didn't know what exactly Song Shuhang was worried about. Senior White still decided for himself that since Song Shuhang had taken care of him well on several occasions, now that he had an opportunity, shouldn't he fulfill his wish? Even though he couldn't go too far into space, going one round around the Earth and looking for a bigger meteor or other things to land on before taking a picture to commemorate the trip was all within his means. Senior White was a person who takes good care of his juniors. Sometimes, he can be very meticulous. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Perhaps an immediate encounter with space incoming was a huge motivation for Song Shuhang, for he managed to quickly grasp the turtle breathing technique. The turtle breathing technique was only a little more complicated than a lightning palm. It also required chi and blood energy, and then to engrave a rune on each palm. One had to use one's mental energy to activate the power of the runes, and after that, putting both hands together to combine the seals of the technique would fully activate it, causing one to enter the state of turtle breathing. Also, each rune only consists of a few simple strokes. How should he put it? He felt that all the techniques that Venerable White taught him were very similar in how they were being used. They either required engravement of runes on the palms and the usage of mental energy to activate them, or required the user to lightly call out the name of the technique, or required combining the seals of the technique on the palms in order to perform them. All these techniques, don't tell me they are from the one-person sector White that have been magically altered by Venerable White. Under Senior White's personal guidance, Song Shuhang, who had activated the turtle breathing technique, allowed himself to enter the state of turtle breathing. He put both hands together to combine the turtle seals, activating the technique. In the next moment, he felt his heart rate slowing down and his breathing ceased. Breathing was originally a human instinct. Human beings do not need to deliberately control it, they breathe instinctively. But as of now, he had stopped breathing just like that. He personally did not feel any difference or discomfort, it was as though not breathing was innate. Such a feeling was very strange. There was a nagging feeling telling him that this was not turtle breathing technique but a death-bringing technique. Not bad, based on your current level, the turtle breathing technique can last for around 2 hours. When the technique's efficacy is about to run out, I will remind you to renew it. In that way, your problem pertaining to breathing in space would be solved. Senior White laughed. However, just solving only the problem of breathing was insufficient to survive in space. Without a spacesuit, the vacuum, extreme temperatures, radiation from the sun, as well as micrometeoroids in the space could endanger the human body. For example, in vacuum, the nitrogen in the blood within the human body will become gas, causing its volume to increase. Without wearing a high-pressure airtight spacesuit, the human body would be in jeopardy as a result of the huge disparity between the difference in pressure within the body and the one in the external environment. To Venerable White, these were no problems. To a cultivator, as long as he was a 5th stage spiritual emperor who had condensed the golden core, his corporeal body was strong enough to withstand the harsh conditions in space. If the problem of breathing was solved, a fifth-stage spiritual emperor was able to live and work happily in peace in outer space. However, Song Shuhang was a mere first-stage cultivator. His body was only a little stronger than an ordinary human being's, which was insufficient for him to withstand all kinds of dangers posed to his body in space. Yeah, without the spacesuit, I need to give you another form of protection, Venerable White said, and took out a notebook from his pocket. It was that kind of small palm-sized notebook. Thereafter, Venerable White started flipping through the notebook and started drawing with his finger. Senior White, what are you doing? Song Shuhang asked carefully. Venerable White replied, drawing a talisman to protect you and keep your life when you're drifting in space. What a pity, if you had prepared 2 spacesuits, you'd then be able to have a more genuine experience of an astronaut's day in space. Ha 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 ha. Song Shuhang forced a laugh. In actual fact, I never really thought of wanting to experience the life of an astronaut. Besides, you can use a notebook to draw talismans. Ever since Senior White refined a flying sword from the tree branch, he once again renewed Song Shuhang's knowledge of talismans. Okay, done. Venerable White tore a page from his notebook and folded it into a tiny piece before passing it to Song Shuhang. Put it into your pocket, it will protect you just like a spacesuit once we pass through the Earth's atmospheric layer. Even though he wanted to laugh at this whole talisman drawn on notebooks page thing, since this item concerned his safety, Song Shuhang accepted it carefully and put this talisman into his pocket. As they were speaking, suddenly, the disposable flying sword helicopter edition seemed to encounter a boundary of some kind and Song Shuhang's vision went black. Thereafter, a bunch of bright stars appeared in front of his eyes. We had already passed through the atmospheric layer and entered space. I haven't even experienced the entire process properly. However, it really is extremely beautiful. Song Shuhang widened his eyes and felt like he didn't know where to look at. Every corner was just beautiful. It was the kind of scene where people can't help but etch it in their memory forever. He was still within the helicopter's fuselage, with a layer of protection set up by Venerable White on the outside. Since he could still talk, he decided to take the chance to express his feelings. He wouldn't be able to make any sounds in a while when they arrived in space and had to leave the fuselage of the helicopter. Very beautiful, right? I have always liked flying out to take a look since a long time ago. Actually, there was a period of time where I wanted to look for a planet in space to go into seclusion. However, there was a lot of problems I couldn't find solutions to, so I gave up. Senior White smiled. After laughing, Venerable White suddenly went into a daze. The majestic and vast starry sky of space triggered one of his old memories, causing him to get lost in his reminiscence. Senior White was distracted. However, Senior was distracted, but the helicopter-style flying swords had not stopped. It continued flying so fast it seemed like teleportation. At this time, the sharp-eyed Song Shuhang suddenly realized that, in front of them, there was an enormous object moving slowly, approaching them. Hey, Senior White, there seems to be something in front. Ah, Senior White, hurry, turn around, we're gonna crash. Song Shuhang shouted loudly. However, Venerable White did not respond to his shouts even after a long time. Song Shuhang looked at Venerable White. Damn it, Senior White is distracted. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, Senior White, let me repair this huge hole. Chapter 219, Senior White, let me repair this huge hole. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. Senior White getting distracted was a very frightening thing, because every time he got distracted, there was an 80% chance that it would trigger the falling on the ground skill. This skill sure was frightening. Even if it was released in a magic world, it was at the level where it would be second only to forbidden spells. What's even scarier is that there was no telling when Senior White would get distracted. For all you know, he can be laughing and chatting with you at one moment, but in the next moment, he would suddenly get distracted and lost in his thoughts. Just like now, he was still laughing earlier before he suddenly went into a daze. "We are gonna crash, Senior White, we are gonna crash, quick, snap out of it and turn back, we can't dodge anymore." Song Shuhang wanted to cry so badly. At the same time, he saw the object they were gonna crash into as clear as day. It was an enormous cylinder-shaped metallic object with a four-sided leaf-shaped electric fan on both its left and right. It looked all kinds of formidable. A satellite? No, a satellite wouldn't be as huge as this. That thing in front was at least over 50 meters long and almost 100 meters wide. It had some sort of science fiction vibe. It was the masterpiece of modern people. Could it be a space station? A thought flashed in Song Shuhang's mind. We're finished. If it was a satellite, even if it got damaged upon impact, at most Senior White could destroy it completely and remove any traces, dumping it further into space. Perhaps losing one satellite might affect Earth's weather report, or cell phone communication, or something of that sort, but the probability of causing casualties wasn't big. But a space station was different. There's always an astronaut or a few up there guarding their post, doing research, as well as doing daily maintenance. If they damaged it by crashing into it, what were they gonna do if there were any scientist in there? Senior White was still distracted. Bang tilde tilde? The flying sword crashed into the space station hard, creating a huge hole on the right side of the station. Well, the sound was created in Song Shuhang's mind. There is no way for sound to travel in vacuum after all. In space, all kinds of crashes were fatal. If a fragment of space waste the size of a small pill crashed into a satellite, the damage done would be sufficient to render it nothing but scrap metal. Right now, the fuselage of the helicopter under his feet had crashed into the space station with full power, at an extremely high speed. It was definitely going to be like a bullet shooting through a soda bottle, causing the whole space station to explode. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Song Shuhang was deeply worried, suddenly, the protective outer layer of the helicopter-style flying sword that Venerable White set up burst open. This protective shield became the buffer layer between the space station and that helicopter-style flying sword. After the fuselage of the helicopter crashed into the space station, creating a hole, it stopped damaging the space station further. Thereafter, the flying sword seemed to have used up its force and slowly stopped. It stopped. The space station was not completely destroyed. Song Shuhang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, Song Shuhang looked at the enormous hole on the space station again and used all his strength to rub his face. What should we do? What can we do after this? If the space station gets destroyed because of this hole, it would surely become the most costly road accident in history. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On the other side, 20 minutes ago. Within the space station. A bald man wearing a thick spacesuit sighed heavily. Anthony, have we stayed in the space station for too long? Oh, Aguero, both of us have been stuck in this hellhole for 5 full months. But we are finally going back today. The other man, who didn't look old but was already full of white hair, replied, we have already completed nearly 60 experiments here. That's a rather good accomplishment. At last, I finally don't have to look at you and your bald head anymore. Me too, I'm also sick of seeing you and your white hair for 5 months straight. Aguero laughed. Both of them joked with each other, still wearing their spacesuits. Then, all they had to do was to wait for a space shuttle to come pick them up to send them back to Earth. Being stuck in a hellhole such as this for a full 5 months was hard to bear even for a research junkie like Anthony. Luckily, tough times were finally over. Both of them had already waited in the space station for very long, but the highly anticipated space shuttle took forever to come. Suddenly, the space station shook violently. It seemed as though it got hit by something. Oh God damn it! What happened? Anthony shouted. Is that the space shuttle that's coming to pick us up? But why was there no notification and no signal? The bald Aguero raised his voice. Did something crash into the space station? Quickly, let's go and have a look through the monitors. Anthony shouted frantically. After all, they were in outer space. If by any chance there appeared some serious problem, it could very likely spell death for them both. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The violent crash finally made Venerable White snap out of his thoughts. Oh, how did I get distracted? Senior White embarrassingly hit himself on his forehead. Yeah, where did our conversation stop? Oh, since we have already entered space, we have to look around and see if there are any small meteorites or anything floating around that can serve as a landing point for us. There's no need for that, Senior. Song Shuhang forced a smile. We just crashed into something, and if I did not guess incorrectly, it's a space station. Ah, we crashed into something? Did it get shattered? Senior White asked in a daze. Song Shuhang replied, no, nothing shattered since its volume is rather huge. Additionally, when we crashed, the protective shield was activated, and it seemed to have dampened our momentum, thus the crash only resulted in a hole. Ah, thank God. Luckily, nothing got shattered. Senior White looked relieved. Indeed, thank God it wasn't shattered. Song Shuhang thought to himself. At this time, Instructor Lee Jr. sitting in the co-pilot seat woke up, but he was still in a daze. When he woke up, he realized that his body was enclosed within a spacesuit. Then, he seemed to have regained his hearing. He could hear the sound of his breathing. However, his body below his neck still would not budge. Where is this? Lee Jr. asked while sobbing, but it seemed like his voice was unable to travel out of his spacesuit. Only he could hear his own voice. At this time, a voice appeared out of nowhere in his mind, without going through his ears, and spoke in his mind. It's space. He was communicating in his mind? Lee Jr. got a huge scare. He turned his head to look at his surroundings. And then, he saw a black space with several bright stars. Is this really space? What exactly happened? No, let me try recalling. Lee Jr. recalled, today, he was teaching 2 special students, and brought them to pilot a helicopter in the sky. It was a very normal day. Then, the first student, Song Shuhang, smoothly completed his journey in the sky for 1 round. No mishaps happened, it was worthy of celebration. Thereafter, the second student, Song Bai, also started operating the helicopter, flying in the sky. Then, for some reason, his beloved helicopter seemed to surpass the speed of sound. The scene of his helicopter breaking through the sound barrier in his mind was clear as day. Thereafter, what did happen? He went deaf, and then he passed out. When he woke up again, he found himself in space. What kind of freaking development was this? Even a third-rate storyline wouldn't have a development such as this, right? After a long time, Instructor Lee Jr. stiffly turned his head around, looked at Venerable White who was next to him, and then cried, begging him, Mr. Song Bai, can you please let me go back? Even though he did not know the specifics of what happened, Song Bai was definitely the one responsible for all of it. Yeah, I will bring you back, don't worry. Venerable White replied. Boo-hoo? Instructor Lee Jr. started feeling sorrowful for reasons he did not understand and started crying out loud. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, what should we do next? Yeah, I'm gonna settle Instructor Lee Jr.'s memory first and then leave him in the helicopter. And then? I'll think of a way to repair the hole left by us in the space station, replied Venerable White. Song Shuhang might have misinterpreted it, but there seemed to be a tinge of excitement in Senior White's voice. Wait, what did Senior White just say earlier? He wants to repair the space station. No way, definitely no way. Senior White already had problems disassembling an air conditioning unit. No, it wasn't just an air conditioning unit, all kinds of electronic appliances in the house had already been dismantled by Senior White once, but none of them survived. We can see this point clearly by looking at the revamping of Medicine Master's multi-story building. Senior White was a small expert at dismantling machines, but assembling them was impossible for him. Hence, Song Shuhang sincerely suggested, Senior White, as for repairs, we should leave them for the space station's maintenance staff to settle. I feel that secretly leaving might be better, don't you think? No way, it's a hole we created, so we have to fix it. Venerable White was firm in his decision and said, "I know what you're worried about, but you don't have to mull over it anymore. I am no longer the person I used to be a week ago. After disassembling so many electronics and machinery, my knowledge of modern electronic devices has increased and I'm familiar with them now. I can definitely fix a mere hole in the space station. Even if I can't fully repair it, I still have magic. At most, I will use magic to fill the hole made by us." Venerable White was full of confidence. It was true though, even if it wasn't fully repaired, Senior White could still fill the hole with magic. And then, all that would be left was to wait for the maintenance staff on board the space station to slowly repair it. Song Shuhang silently nodded his head. Thinking that way made him feel a lot more at ease. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Thereafter, Senior White started to perform a certain technique on Instructor Lee Jr., and began to erase his recent memories. "Don't kill me, don't kill me," Lee Jr. called out, not knowing what was happening. "Don't make any more noise. If you continue shouting, don't blame me if I erase more of your memories than I should." Senior White threatened him. Lee Jr.'s face turned pale white. "Erase my memories." Immediately, his mind started playing all kinds of scenarios, for example, the protagonist getting captured by aliens, then being put through all kinds of scary experiments. After the experiments are done, the protagonist gets brainwashed, removing all his memories, before being releasing him back to Earth to continue his life, but, because he had gone through all kinds of scary experiments, the protagonist would often subconsciously go out of control and transform into a monster, eating humans. And this pitiful protagonist, he used to be a flying instructor, whom his colleagues that he was on close terms with called Lee Jr. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Where did Instructor Lee Jr. go? Chapter 220, Where did Instructor Lee Jr. go? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. I don't want to be brainwashed, Instructor Lee Jr. said with tears streaming down his face. Pat. Senior White gently patted on Instructor Lee Jr.'s helmet, knocking him out again. Done. It's really troublesome to use the memory erasing technique. I deleted his memory until this morning when he met us. If he hadn't uselessly struggled, I could have let him keep a few more memories, Senior White said. Song Shuhang shot a look at Instructor Lee Jr., he felt sorry for him. Afterward, Venerable White unfastened his seatbelt and said excitedly, "Now, let's go fix the hole in the space station." "Let us go?" Song Shuhang pointed at himself. "Do I also have to come?" "Of course. This hole is quite big. If we're together, we might be able to fix it a little faster," Senior White replied. "All right." Song Shuhang agreed. He had absolutely no idea on how to fix a space station, but at least he would be able to keep an eye on Senior White if he were to tag along. "Let's go." Senior White grabbed Song Shuhang and dissolved the protective barrier surrounding the helicopter-style flying sword. Afterward, he lightly jumped and arrived on top of the space station. Once the protective barrier was gone, Instructor Lee Jr., who was still inside the helicopter, started to flutter. Luckily, the seatbelt was still latched. Therefore, he didn't fly away. The various accessories inside the helicopter also started to flutter. If they weren't properly dealt with, they would surely turn into space junk. Senior White, who was still holding Song Shuhang, arrived at the edge of the hole. They were both protected by a magical art and were currently invisible. Then, Senior White stretched his hand and made a sign. An invisible force seized all the broken accessories in the aircraft that had started to flutter and pulled them to his side. Maybe he wanted to use these broken accessories to fill the hole? Next, Senior White activated a sword art, and the fuselage of the helicopter slowly came out of the big hole in the space station. Song Shuhang stared for a long time at the place of the collision. He had no idea which part of the space station was this. he could see that the thick metallic layer outside now had a huge hole, while there were many broken circuits and pipes on the inside. Even if Song Shuhang was a student of the mechanical design and manufacturing department, he knew nothing about the design of this space station. Even after looking at it for a long time, he wasn't able to gain any insight. How should I fix it? Venerable White squatted down near the hole. As first thing, he put a protective barrier around the hole to keep the broken equipment inside the space station. Senior, is there a magical art to restore things? For example, you use the technique, and the damaged object returns to its previous state as if time had flown back. Song Shuhang asked. Venerable White turned around and gave him a supercilious look. You think that there is really such a technique in the world? If such a technique existed, Venerable White would have been the first to learn it. However, thanks to the experience I've gained after disassembling all those electrical appliances and cars, I know that if wires are damaged, patch them up. If pipes are damaged, solder them. You can't go wrong if you proceed this way. As for the damaged external layer, we'll just replace it with a new one. Afterward, everything will be fine. Senior White said, full of confidence. Song Shuhang nodded and said, you can give it a try. Anyway, they would try their best. If they were able to fix it, good. Otherwise, he would ask Senior White to use a protective barrier to block the hole and leave the rest to the staff of the space station. Leave it to me. Senior White started to tinker with the big hole. From time to time, he would ask Song Shuhang to look for some components amidst that pile of fluttering accessories. Little by little, Senior White fixed that complex-looking circuit, and the broken pipes were also soldered together. It was unknown whether they were connected in the correct order, but everything seemed fine at first glance. After 30 minutes. Ha ha ha. As long as I pour my heart into it, things won't go wrong. Fixed. Senior White stretched himself. Then, he said to Song Shuhang, come. Help me take a few pictures. Once we're back, we'll send them to the group. The title will be, Fixing the Hole in a Space Station. Song Shuhang. However, he still took his mobile phone and helped Senior White take a few photos. All right, done. Now, only the outer metallic layer is left. Should we cut down the fuselage of the helicopter and solder it to the space station? Senior White proposed. We can't. Let's not talk about the strength of the material. The fuselage of the helicopter has a lot of markings on it. If someone discovers that it used to be a part of a helicopter, how will we explain the fact that it arrived in space and magically soldered itself to a space station? Song Shuhang immediately rejected the idea. You have a point. In that case, I'll arrange a small defensive formation first. After a week, if they haven't fixed it yet, I'll go back to Earth to get a few steel plates to solder onto the space station. Senior White nodded and used his spiritual energy to draw a small formation on the edge of the hole. Afterward, he poured his spiritual energy inside to activate it. With that, a protective barrier was now surrounding the hole. This barrier would last for around a week. Done. Let's leave. Senior White said, satisfied. Then, he grabbed Song Shuhang and lightly jumped, returning to the helicopter. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Senior White proposed, how about searching for a meteor or some other thing to have fun? Afterward, we'll return to Earth. Fine. Song Shuhang felt his heart. Today's experience had been a little too much for him. Right now, he wanted to return home as soon as possible. But after seeing Senior White's excited face, he couldn't bring himself to refuse him. All right, since I'm here, I might as well accompany Senior White for a stroll in space. After entering the helicopter, Song Shuhang was stunned. He quickly turned his head and looked at the front seat. Senior White, where is Instructor Lee Jr.? The front seat was empty, and there were no traces of Instructor Lee Jr. Senior White was also at a loss. What happened? Where is that guy? Senior, did he run away once he regained consciousness? Song Shuhang said. Venerable White shook his head. Impossible. He will stay unconscious for at least 24 hours due to my technique. Then, why is he not here? Did he float away? Song Shuhang carefully examined the front seat of the helicopter and immediately broke out in cold sweat. When they went to repair the hole in the space station, they took great care in strengthening Instructor Lee Jr.'s seatbelt. But now, the seatbelt in the front seat was broken. It was broken. Senior White, this is bad. Instructor Lee Jr. is really drifting in space. Song Shuhang said impatiently. Don't worry. It didn't take us too much time to repair the hole. He couldn't have gone too far. I'll use my mental energy to find him. With that, Venerable White released his mental energy and started to search in all directions. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Going back in time, around 10 minutes earlier. Inside the space station. Aguero, did you discover anything through that damned monitor? The white-haired Anthony shouted. F*CK. There is a huge hole in the space station. I have no idea what we've bumped into. *T, not even a warning from the system. How the hell was this hole even made? The bald Aguero cursed. That aside, will that hole influence the performance of the space station? Anthony thought of another matter. After all, their lives were at stake. There shouldn't be a problem. That place was a mechanical arm and won't cause problems to the rest of the space station. Aguero replied. Just as they were discussing, the monitors caught the image of a white object that was passing by. What's that? Anthony was scared by that thing. Suddenly encountering an unknown object in space was indeed scary. Aguero quickly zoomed in with the camera. Next, they discovered that that white object was a human being wearing a spacesuit. It's an astronaut. Aguero said in disbelief. Does he have some relations with the thing we just bumped into? Quick, bring him over here. Anthony shouted. I hope that guy is still alive. Aguero said. The flashback continues. Around 5 minutes earlier. The two astronauts brought their colleague inside the space station, taking him into the service module. It's an Asian guy, and he's still alive. TSK, this guy's luck is really good. Aguero continued, let's wake him up and ask him what happened. Around 4 minutes before Senior White and Shuhang returned. The two of them tried everything in their power but were unable to wake up the Asian guy. Suddenly, Anthony's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's take off his spacesuit. I have an impression of this model. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a camera on the helmet, and inside the spacesuit, there should be a hard disk and video screen. I'll put his spacesuit on and see what happened to him before he fainted. Around 2 minutes before their return to the helicopter.